That's funny.
Yep. Much better.
Perfect.
I think so. Not all of them are connected, but it's okay. There it goes.
Okay, cool.
We're all good now.
There we go. Well, how about it? Happy Friday.
It is Friday.
Oh, man.
Still need to do some work over the weekend because I kind of fucked around a little bit today. But
Oh, I did too. Sleeping in all day with my dog. I mean, I've got 2 custom wood signs to make, and then I just am finishing up. I put all of my cornhole sets together, and I just have to finish up. I think I'm gonna just sell all of them that I'm making, just stained and looking really nice. Versus, and then if people want to customize it, they can. But then I can just get rid of inventory, which is great.
Well, and that's just not money just sitting on the table.
Yep.
And that's kind of the jam when you have like a bunch of stuff already made.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, and I've got so many pieces of wood. Like I just need to start. I just bought a couple new different tools and creative things that I'm really excited to use. I'm really excited to use my big blowtorch. That's what I'm most excited for. It's one of those weed burning ones, and so I'm just really excited to fry a piece of wood.
Well, that's the way you make those, and it's always fun.
It's super fun. Well, and then I've just been using a little one, so I just like tediously go up and down and follow the grain, and that's just a pain in the ass. So pretty excited to see how.
Yeah, it's always fun. It's always fun to play with fire.
I know.
Always, like I've definitely got. It's surprising that I haven't
story.
Burnt my stuff up like so much.
Same.
Fire story of me playing with fire, just like fire. I got a story. It's like pretty crazy. This was like many years ago. Like to the point like you might have been at the NARG still. Like this is how long ago it was.
Oh, okay.
We had the track set up at the shop, and it was when we had an outdoor track at the shop.
Oh yes, okay.
And then so we had these 8-scale cars, and we had all of our stuff upstairs. We used to party, all that stuff.
Yep.
And it was like a Saturday or something. It wasn't like nothing crazy. And we're all fucking around or whatever. And I go to like take a nap. There's a couch up there. So I like took a nap. And Dan was there, but then they had left to like go grab some like food or something like that. While he left one of the 8-scale cars on charging. And I woke up to like probably like a 4-foot by 4-foot fireball, like fucking, because it was like on like the lithium batteries were on fire.
Holy shit!
Yeah, and I was just like, oh shit!
Oh my god! Well, and you never sleep anyway, so when you fall asleep and that fucking happens. You have like PTSD. That's why you don't sleep.
Random. That was not a PTSD problem. I actually know why I don't sleep. And why I became like an insomniac.
Why?
So
is it all these?
Because I slept. No, it actually is not. Actually, these are what like helped me cope with that scenario. Because otherwise, I'm just staring at the ceiling.
Oh,
and I've done that for probably a decade of my life too. We're just like, cool. But no, like because growing up, I never had an issue until I was like 13, 14 years old, and we had one of my dad's like friends from like South Dakota, like way back, like came and stayed with us, and then started working for us and doing a bunch of stuff. That motherfucker snored so loud, like, and so it went from being like this quiet like scenario, even though like I, my brother and sister at that time, like we had moved into Loveland with John and Christy and all that, but with his name's Dale, like super nice guy, I have no problem with it, like with him whatsoever. He slept in like the main room in the basement, and I slept with no door in the fucking room next to it. So like he was so loud at snoring that like I would just stay awake. So I just got used to staying awake, and my body just became that way.
Oh.
So yeah, it was like I just was like I wouldn't go to sleep until like I absolutely could not stay up anymore.
Oh no.
Yeah, so that's what kind of started that situation of me being like an insomniac kind of scenario. And it's not as bad as it used to be. Like it used to be like real bad. Like I mean, I used to like regular basis was like 3 or 4 hours tops, and if I could sleep more than that, it was pretty rare. And part of that comes down to is again my natural like sleeping like when I want to sleep is in the morning. Like morning light.
Yeah,
is
that's
like,
what you were saying.
Yeah. Morning light is like I can sleep for like 6 or 7 hours.
Okay, so what is your perfect time to wake up? If you could have your perfect schedule, when would you wake up? Like, what would you do? What would your schedule be?
Perfect schedule is about 5, 6 in the morning
Okay.
till about 11, noon, 1, somewhere in that range, depending on what it is. That's when I sleep the best. That's when I feel the best when I wake up. Everything is like in that scenario.
Okay.
Otherwise, like if I sleep like, and the thing is, I prefer to sleep about 5 to 6 hours is when I feel the best. If I sleep more than that, I'm like, If I sleep less than that, I'm usually like okay until about anything less than like 2 hours, I struggle.
Okay. Yeah.
Especially like these days. It used to be before like I could be up for like 3 days. It was never an issue. But
Right.
now it's like being almost 35. Apparently, I need to have more than.
Oh, you're slowing down.
I need to have more than a couple hours a night of sleep.
Damn. So surprising.
Right.
Oh no,
So you're saying you need sleep?
Whoa, it's loud.
So you're saying you need sleep?
I mean, sometimes, Jack. Sometimes.
Kind of.
Alright, I need to put this on the TV because the speakers are just loud for some reason.
He's blaring over here.
There we go. There it is. That should be better. It won't be so fucking loud.
Yeah. Apparently, Dick needs like a little bit of sleep, but just like a tiny bit.
And fire for missiles.
Exactly.
That's basically what it is.
I don't know. I find myself when I sleep in, like I sleep in till like 10. But I think it's ironic because I was born at like 10:15. So I think
That is kind of
I just think
ironic.
it's kind of funny. But
Yeah.
like I liked it like 10 o'clock on a Saturday. I'm like, okay, I still have like, and then I'm still like, oh, I don't have enough morning left in my day.
Yeah, it kind of depends. Like, you know, a Saturday though, like when you don't have anything like really to do, like there's still like,
Yeah.
you don't feel like a complete dirtbag when you sleep. When you wake up at like 10.
Like 10. 10's not a complete
Yeah,
dirtbag.
you're-
11, you feel kind of like a dirtbag.
Well, yeah, like my thing is like again, like because since I like to be up in the middle of the night anyway, it's like
Yeah.
So again, like if I sleep till like 2 or 3, even though I went to bed at like 6, 7 in the morning,
Yeah.
I still feel terrible about doing it. 'Cause
Yeah.
like,
Because it's 2 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
You're like, I swear I'm not a lazy piece of crap. I was wondering. I was just like, I'm sure he has. No, I'm just, I was wondering, I thought, I didn't see a label on the back, but it's the new Lazy Boy.
yeah,
That's nice. Do you love it?
I like it a lot actually. It's a lot better than like the other one was like not even that much less expensive.
It
but-
was like, it had a super tall neck on it.
Yeah, it was their racing chair, like gaming
Yeah.
style. It just like it wasn't really rated for like the just
Amount of
constantly
sitting
sitting at this fucking computer like I
Yeah.
have on this year. And it was like this was like $150. I think it was $100 off too, so there was that.
Yeah.
But it was only $150, and it's actually real nice. It's a little sweaty, like I can't like.
Oh, it doesn't ventilate.
It doesn't like
very
breathe a
well.
whole lot, so we'll see how the summer really rolls when it's
Ooh,
like.
you're gonna fucking hate that. You're gonna sell it. You're gonna sell it.
Nah, it'll probably be okay. I mean, the thing is down here is not too bad. Like in the summer,
Good.
like in the winter, I
Well,
had
you
to
have
like.
a big old tree in your front yard.
Yeah. So and well, the way that like since the house is like very little insulation too, it just pulls all the heat. So it just pulls all the cold from the ground. It's not until like, I mean, I wasn't having to turn the AC on until like late August. Like I didn't touch it like at all, and then I'll turn it on, and then like I'll get it all cold, and then I'll turn it off, and I won't touch it again. It's only in the afternoon when like the sun is like beaming
Right
through
there.
the sun, through the windows. Other than that, it's fine.
Fair. That's cool.
But yeah, it's a sweet chair. Like it's much more like comfortable. I'm still gonna get a standing desk.
I was wondering. I was like, could you use one of those?
I really like this. That's what I had at the office at work. I really like that. And
I bet.
once I finish my computer build, which I actually just ordered the last part. This is actually the last week we'll be streaming on this PC. This PC is going to my little sister.
Oh, cool.
But I have a new. Well, the graphics card will still be in there because you can't buy anything. Everything's fucking on computer stuff. You can't buy anything. Like it's all like unavailable and stuff like that. So the stuff that I want to buy, I can't even buy. So I'm like, I bought something else that like.
Why?
They're just like in high demand. Like they're looking at like 10 times the demand of what normally would be on a new release of stuff.
Oh, because everyone's at home.
Yeah, because everyone's at home, and they're like, oh well, we're playing games now also. So like, let's just buy all the good shit. So it's all the stuff that I would normally, it wouldn't be a problem. Like there may be like a little bit, like a couple weeks of like unavailability, but it's been like months for like the graphics card that I want, and it's not looking to ease up until like April or May.
Or not.
Or not. Like, it's possible. So
Or
like,
not.
So, like, I have a good enough graphics card. The main thing that I needed to upgrade was the CPU because I don't have... When I'm gaming, the streaming part, like, kind of struggles a little bit. Like, the gaming's not, like, high enough. Plus, it'll help with all the video editing that I've been doing recently, too. So.
Cool.
But even that, like, it's still, like... I should have bought it last week. It was, like, $50 more expensive for the CPU I just bought. Just because, like, instead of buying it last week, which is not even the place I was going to buy it from, too. It was cheaper from the manufacturer, which never happens, ever.
Really?
Yeah, the place...
Well, I mean, because the other places, like, buy in bulk, it's such a crazy amount that, that it just gives you,
Well, especially on something that's, like, a year and a half old, too. Usually it's not, like, in computer stuff, it's not normally, like, a like, needed item right now. Like, usually, like, once it's a year and a half old, like, people aren't, like, really trying to buy that, but they're so down. So, yeah, I'm going to do that, and then I'll probably build a standing desk. I was figuring out what I want to build for the... Because you can buy just the chassis of it, and you put whatever you want on top.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about, like, doing some, like, hard countertop kind of material.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Killer.
Pretty rad.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be able to drill through it because I want to mount the monitor stand.
Sam's Club actually has one that's like $200.
Yeah.
And it just like, it's just a big flat like butcher block.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I want to do. Because like the chassis I'm going to buy is going to be like, they're like, it can do like 300 pounds, I think. So, which is, it sounds like a lot for like a standing desk scenario.
Sure.
But like, when you, like these monitors set up right here is almost 100 pounds on its own.
Oh, wow.
So that's why like I have like stuffed underneath there because it's flexing the plastic forward.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, so like just the monitors like alone are like 100 pounds, and if I put like a, a hard table, it's going to be, 50, 60 pounds, and so like anything else that's on there, it needs to be able to like pump it up.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I mean, I'm not going to lie, that's probably the best way that you're going to find a good deal, is just get something that's like meant for a workshop.
Exactly, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, and then you could... I mean, and the beauty of that is that it's not some stupid expensive desk. Like if,
right.
Like
well,
if
that's
anything,
kind of things
you
like
can drill into it, and it's meant to be drilled into.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. Again, a butcher block was kind of the jam. I was thinking that, or like, I don't know. I'd like to find like, we had like this blue countertop at my dad's house that's what was like built for like my computer setup, and he like put it in the like Eric still uses it, that kind of stuff. But like I liked that like hard material because it's like again this like plastic stuff is like this like it gets clean but like you have like well this has been my computer desk for so long it's like bowing and stuff because it's just like it was never intended to be a purpose built like for this, but it's been my table since like forever. 2014. So
that's funny.
Not bad for $35 or whatever it was.
No, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, can't complain about it, but it's time for a standing desk, especially like, I've been at home now for like, what, 9 months?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm fucking bored. I'm
Yeah.
tired of staring at my computer screen.
Yeah, I bet.
Fucking tired, but.
I bet. Yeah, you're used to doing shit, so I'm like, what do you do? Like, I want you to go do something.
Yeah. Again, there's like no like real like races to train for, and like part of the reason like I like to do that it's like it's all social and like that's been my life.
And you're like taking care of yourself. You're exercising. You're getting out. You're doing things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, this year's been like a real rough on that scenario, but
it's been really fucking rough. Like I think that like I don't know. It's been such a drastic turn. As far as what I'm used to and like going out and doing all those things, like, oh my gosh, I don't know, I feel like sometimes like this time in isolation I've needed it. Like there's some things that I've enjoyed about it, and then there's other times where I'm just like, oh my gosh, I miss everything. I miss everyone, and I'm losing my fucking mind.
No, like that's exactly what I've been doing. It's literally just like
yeah.
And the way my job is right now too is like I wake up whenever, I sleep whenever, I just do whatever as long as I get my shit done. And nobody really gives a shit. And,
oh my gosh!
But like like I'm not even like I don't have like a lot of interaction with people at work either because of it. So it's like before like I'd see like somebody I'd say hi or whatever, but like now like since like my job is like pretty specific and most people like don't have to talk to me at work. So like I just like to sit here and I'm like, cool, here we are.
Just sitting here.
And for me, like that's really hard, because I grew up with so many like brothers and sisters too, and the family and everybody's always over. Like
Loud.
I'm at the shop all the time. Like
Yep.
all this stuff's like
Stuff's happening.
yeah, like
Shit's
again,
happening.
I left
And it's like silent. You're like,
right. Well, like Scotty D hasn't been around either, so it's
No.
like I've just been like cool. The last like 3 months have been like real hard on that scenario.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like
yeah.
sweet.
Yeah, I've had some hard days. I've totally had some hard days, and I just feel bad for everyone going. I mean, literally everybody is going through this in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
Which I am really grateful that everybody has fucking something to relate to.
Right.
Everybody has something to relate to, and how this has affected everybody. I'm like, okay, maybe we can find some common ground in that, because all this ugly is bullshit. I just like crave conversation so bad, because I do preschool all day for like, so
Right.
when I went out for that beer, I was trying to have an intellectual conversation
And-
and it could not happen. And so I was talking to the bartender.
Well, and that's something that I miss a lot too, because
Yes.
like I like just going and like sitting at the bar by myself. Like
Yes, me
I
too.
really like just
Me
like
too.
the noise also possible. And like then my
Yeah.
friends at work and like whatever they like we could like talk back and forth.
Yeah.
While they're working, and it's like that's something like I really like. This is like I've been trying to like I've gone out like a few times like this summer and that kind of stuff, but like overall like I really haven't done a whole lot of stuff. 'Cause
I
I'm trying
haven't
to, like,
either. Me too. Like that was the first time I've gone out in a really long time. Like, I mean, the last time that I came out and was like, okay, I'm gonna go dance. Like, and there was nobody even there. Like
Right.
nobody's out. Nobody's doing anything.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, and I've only done that maybe like less than 10 times I've gone out in this whole time.
Right.
It's just, oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I'm probably like right around that like dozen or so times. Like,
Yeah.
again, but like for me, like I was like there was at least once a night, once a week that I would go just
Yeah.
fucking be at the bar.
Yeah.
And so like it's kind of like a
Yeah.
rough scenario where I'm like just like again I left my house. Yesterday was the first like other than like when me and Travis would go like to liquor stores, like the liquor store, like yesterday was the
Yeah.
only time like in 2 weeks that I left for like anything longer than 10 minutes.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, because everything else, like I hate going to the grocery store still, so like I just get that delivered. So.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I don't do the delivery. I'll drive
do the
over there to
pickup?
pick up. Yeah.
So yeah, like I just haven't done anything at all. Like the last time like I really like did anything was like, like a month ago. Like me and Travis, like we had the podcast and then we went out like before like everything was like
Yeah.
closing down again. And it was like,
Yeah.
well, we need to do it
Last
right
hurrah.
now. Yeah. Because otherwise, you still it's only like till like 10 or 11. So it's like. I'm a night person again. Like I don't start partying
I know.
typically until like 8 or 9 p.m.
I know. Like, and sometimes I feel like that whole lifestyle that we had ruined me in some ways, because I just do that. But I've also been that way. Like I remember being like a little kid. Oh, I love it. Hold on. My mom on the weekends, she would every once in a while she'd let me like go lay down for a little bit, and then she'd wake me up and she's like, let's watch Disney. And it'd be like the black and white, like, and then like the old Disney, like late night Disney. And she'd wake me up and we'd have ding dongs, the hostess ding dongs. And we'd watch Disney. That was late.
That's
Yes, and my mom's a late owl. Like, she's totally a night owl. My dad is not. But my mom has always stayed up late. And so then I, myself, like, doing the whole hoop bar thing. I mean, sometimes I feel like I don't get my second wind. Like, I'm up all day. So I'm up
Right.
at, like, 5. And then I actually have a student that's going to be starting in January where they're going to get dropped off at 5. And so...
That's early.
It's early. And he's young. Oh, my gosh. Like... I just feel so bad for some, like, the contractors, like the people that are hard, like labor intensive
Right.
people. They always are up and working early, and childcare is never open early enough. So that's one of my
Sure.
friends, and I was like, and it just reminded me of my dad and my brother. My dad had my brother in childcare at like 5 in the morning until 6 at night. Like whenever my dad had my brother, it just. just sucks. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm not a shitty person, so like if you're gonna leave your kid like crazy hours with somebody, like I'm a pretty cool person, so let me have your kid.
Right. Well, and that works out too. Like, again, like for me, like even like in my 20s, like when I worked at the bar.
Yeah.
So like there was like 2 or 3 nights a week that I was working like 18, 20-hour days.
Oh yeah.
And then I'd sleep and then like go back to work.
Yep.
And like I'm also always just kind of like roaming around and doing the stuff. So yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So I'm up super early, and then I'll take like a 20-minute snooze when the kids are napping, and then I'm cleaning and doing everything, transitioning at night, and then I do woodcraft stuff, I do marketing stuff, I do all those things at night, and then I have my own wind down time. And then I remember that I should probably eat something, and then I go to bed.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I mean, and same thing, like, just before the pandemic and everything, I was always at church, and so I was surrounded with lots of people all the time. I was always around kids and women and people. I was at church like 5 days a week, and then I was doing my own thing 1 day a week, and then I was doing woodcraft stuff and working. Like, this is like being home.
Yeah, it's brutal.
It's just crazy. Well, and then as soon as the kids leave, my house is silent. There's like nothing.
Right.
I don't have like any creaky, weird anything. Like the house is like perfect.
No, this
so.
house is not like that. So, there's been people that are like, your house is haunted and shit. I was like, no, it's all the fucking like vents vibrating. This house is not like that. It was funny, like last night, like I went to like just step away from my computer for a couple hours, and I was just like just chilling in my room or whatever. And then like I heard like talking, and I was all, what the fuck? It's like 3 a.m. Like, what the fuck is going on? My computer had restarted, and like something had started like auto playing. And I was like, what the fuck is going on right now? So I'm like sitting there, like, I'm like,
what is this?
and then I was like, oh shit, my computer's on and playing some random video. I was like, okay.
That's funny.
It was just so random. I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
Man.
Like, and it like the voice kind of sounded like Scotty D, like when he's upstairs like talking on the phone. And I was all, it's a weird time for him to be here on like a Wednesday.
See, and I don't have anything weird like that.
What's up, Mike?
I don't have any. Oh, hello. Oh,
It's
man.
one of our friends. We play games, and he's I think he went to school at Jag.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, he's pretty cool. He's pretty rad.
Cool. That's awesome.
He rages at games the same as the rest of us do.
Oh, cool.
But that one doesn't do the TTS. That's why you didn't hear it.
I have a. Hello.
What's up, Eric?
Eric, thank you so much for bringing that over. I'm so excited. Thank you.
But yeah, I'm just used to having like a ton of people around at all times. And
All the time. Yeah.
it's been a heavy transition for me. Plus, like, I don't know, like, riding my bike to work was like a very nice like scenario too, because like it was like I get up immediately, like do something heavy.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
You might not get it back.
Again, I don't think Eric uses it, so I think it's used, and that's kind of the idea. Because he bought it when he first like got his TV, and then he got his Xbox, and he hasn't needed it. So.
Oh well, there. Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
My students are gonna be so excited because I have so many like kid DVDs that I haven't been able to play. So
oh yeah,
they're
perfect.
gonna freaking love it.
Perfect on that scenario for sure.
They like looking at all of the discs. They think that that's just fascinating because they're
They're too young.
They don't know any of this. Yes, they love it.
They have no idea.
No idea.
It's like you show them like a cassette tape, and they're like, "What the fuck is that?"
Yep. My niece, I caught her before her mom came by to pick her up the other day. I caught her playing with my jewelry, just like gently like looking at my earrings and like touching them and stuff. Like, what is this stuff? It's magic. It's just kids are fascinated with cool stuff. I'm glad I didn't throw away a lot of shit.
It's definitely a plus, like I don't have like a ton of like. I've never been the person that like that's had like a ton of stuff. Like right now, I have by far the most stuff that I've ever had. Like
yeah.
Just because like all the furniture and everything else, but like
Yep.
I just don't have like a ton of like random stuff. Like my friend Alyssa brought like it's been like I think it was like in May like we had a couple of our friends from like Minnesota came out, and she had like come over here with her son. Like I was just like fucking around with him. The only thing I have is like I have my BMX bike and my Nerf gun, and that's pretty much all he can
That's
play
the
with.
only cool, fun stuff you've got.
Well, outside of the video game stuff, but that was it. It was like, well, I guess we're pulling the Nerf gun out.
Yep.
It's pretty fucking rad. So here we go.
My Nerf guns are for me only. Me and who I choose to. They're in the top part of my closet. My students can't see them, but I found a bullet and I just threw it up the stairs, and then one of my students was like,
If you count magic cards, I got a lot.
Like Magic the Gathering. Just so I can preface that one.
No, I dated someone who was all about that game. Yes. And then my sister's husband's all about that game.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
a lot of people like our age are very into that.
Yeah, I think, well, okay, do you think does it stem from Pokemon?
Well, Magic the Gathering is technically the trading card game was before Pokemon.
Really?
At
Okay.
least here in the States.
Okay.
But yeah, it was, I mean, I remember being like 10, 11 years old, and like a buddy's like brother was really into like Magic the Gathering.
I
And-
played that a couple times.
Yeah, I tried just because like Eric and John, like that's how like they like before like my dad and my stepmom got together, they like would hang like before like they were like fully like, oh yeah, we're gonna do this, like they would like Eric and John would hang out. Then that's what they would do. They would go to this place called Game Castle in Loveland.
Oh, yeah.
Now there was one in Loveland or in Windsor too.
Yeah.
So they would go there and play Magic the Gathering. So like when I was like 15, 16, 17, like I tried to like play it, I was just like, it's just not really my jam.
Yeah.
So like I would just go, but I'd go pick them up every Friday night. They would play the game,
Yeah.
and so then I would go pick them up in the car and then bring them back home or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like that's how that's how they got along. You know,
Yeah.
before I had met John and Christy, like all that stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So
That's cool. That's cool.
so
yeah.
when Eric gets a chance, whenever Eric gets a chance, he likes to go do that stuff, which is pretty cool. Still,
That's cool. Yeah, I don't know.
it's definitely like again like the social game for it's like D&D, but you know because it's all like nerdy kids and like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But that's what they like. You know, I have no qualms with it whatsoever.
I
just
can only
couldn't do it.
relate with trading Pokemon cards in like first grade, second grade.
Yeah, you're a little younger than I. Like we had like Pogs.
Yes, I remember
sure you
Pogs.
remember Pogs,
I
but,
remember
like-
Pogs, and I played Pogs. I love
Yeah,
that.
you
I
were
love
like
that.
at the very end of that scenario.
Well,
like,
so my brother is the same age as you. So and him and I were tight, and we grew up in. We had a little neighborhood that we were in before we moved out to Windsor, and they were all the neighborhood kids were a little older than me, and then there were a little bit younger kids, and so I hung out with all the older kids, and we played street hockey, and oh my gosh, the whole. And like we grew up in that part of Loveland where we were like by Walt Clark.
Okay.
So like there were all kinds of kids that just were super cool. Like,
as cool as Loveland gets.
as cool as Loveland was in the early '90s.
Well, you know, me, Eric, and Amanda, you know, we were in the trailer park, so like,
Yeah.
you
You
know,
guys were super cool.
yeah,
We were cool too.
Yeah, it's
We
like-
were in a fourplex. We were in a fourplex and then a duplex, and then my parents rented a house, all within like a half-mile radius of each other.
Oh,
So just
perfect.
like boom, boom, boom. Like we didn't really move.
Yeah, because you know, like we moved to Fort Collins in '91, like right after Amanda was born.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, like we had like a couple houses, but then like you know, most of that time frame here, you know, as growing up was in the trailer park, and
Yeah.
so there was a lot of kids. I don't talk to, but maybe one of them. I really don't talk to
Yeah.
any of them anymore, just
Yeah.
because like we had every opportunity to get like in like big trouble and like do dumb shit.
Oh, yeah.
And somehow we didn't because all of my friends that were in that did.
So, okay, what do you feel like you can relate to the Trailer Park Boys show? You
I don't
see
watch it.
Okay, I'm curious.
I've seen it. I've seen some clips and stuff like that. Like it's not. I don't watch TV.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Again, gaming is my social interaction, especially like
Yeah.
now. So it's like that's the one thing that I do.
Fair.
It's like when I'm done like working.
I've only
it's
seen
gaming.
like a couple episodes of that, so I was just curious.
Yeah, it's not really. This
I've been jamming to Drunk History the last couple weeks.
I'm kind of-
Just totally jamming
I
to
kind
it.
of want to watch. So Nicolas Cage, they're putting out like this new show. It's on Netflix. It's like the history of swear words, and Nicolas Cage is the host. And
No way.
I'm like, that might be a show for me. Because I find Nicolas Cage awesome. I know he's a fucking whack job, but it's perfect. Like, he's just a silly person, and I like it. Like,
Well, all right then.
so I might have to like watch that show. But,
Yeah. Well, let me know when it comes out because I'll have to watch it too because that's funny.
Yeah. I'm kind of excited for that one, but like.
Oh my gosh, I did sleep training last night with one of my families, and then after like kiddo went to sleep and all that stuff, we're talking and we're just shooting the shit, and I was cussing up a storm, and like not like you and me cussing, but I was cussing, and then I got in my car afterwards, and was like, oh shit.
Your response to cussing is more cuss fuck.
It was like, well, that wasn't super professional, but it was after the end of the night, and I only had one beer, and both of them had like 4 glasses of wine. So
Okay,
I think it was okay.
They were already on the rally train.
They were ready. It was fine. They were okay.
Yeah, it is one of those like things like, you know, like with our like age group, like there isn't a whole lot of people that like are like strictly like no like cussing at all. Like I don't see those people like ever. I can't think of like the last time like I came with some like that like a straight like Mormon person or something like that. I really just haven't.
Well, funny. You should say something. I will drink to this first. I went on a really good date last year. Met him at a dental party, like the end all be all dental party of the year. Like this is like the thing. It's like a black tie event, and it was a freaking rager. Like the best dentists and surgeons and everything in the area.
Just letting loose.
just getting it right. Like really incredible doctors getting down and dirty on the dance floor with some dental assistants. Like, it was a real great night, right? Okay. So, the marketing host of the event, like him and I hit it off, and we were dancing, had a great time, and then we went on a date like a week or two later, and it was great. It was like Christmas time, so we went downtown to Fort Collins, had some hot cocoa, didn't have a beer, nothing.
Perfect date look like to do.
Yeah.
I want to take you out and treat you food.
Yeah, Dick. What does a romantic evening look like for you?
I don't like really know, to be honest, because like I'm just like kind of down to do whatever is kind of my thing. So like usually like, you know, like when I first meet somebody, again it's like like a bar scenario, like
Sure.
I like that's where I like to be. So it's like
Yeah.
one of those like I pop that like, you know, like something like typically like not so crazy, like, you know, like
Let's grab a beer. Happy
earlier
hour.
in the night, like at Road or something like that, like
Right.
Road or Mojo's or like
Sure.
something that's like, you know, some good food, but like it's not too crazy until later, and then like that's as far as like you know, I don't get past that too often for whatever fucking reason, but like that's what it is. Like if you want like a fun like scenario, like I used to like going to like, you know, I took a girl on a date, like this is quite a few years ago now, but like she lived in Denver, so like we went to the go-kart track. So I'm like I like to do like fun like stuff. I don't need anything like extravagant or crazy or whatever. Like just kind of like silly fun shit. Because it's just I'm generally like a very simple, easy person, so I don't need a whole lot. Like that to me, that's all it really needs to be. A good
So
hike
a nice
is
little
really good.
surprise Jack would be great for Dick.
Again, like I don't like really going to the movies or any of that kind of stuff. Like 'cause
Me either.
that thing doesn't really like. That's when you shut the fuck up. So like, there's no point in like that scenario.
You know, my ex-boyfriend, we went, one of our first dates, we went to the movies and he fell asleep. Like right when we got to the movie. And I watched the whole movie.
But I mean, in reality, like for you, it didn't really change anything.
It didn't
like,
change
you were
nothing.
watching the fucking movie. Versus
Yes.
like, and that's why like I always find like the date movie thing is fucking.
So dumb.
It's dumb.
But it does remind me of like 13-year-olds and like, I want to get to first base. That's what that is.
Well, it's like that dark. Nobody else can see what you're doing. You both live at home, so you can't really do anything anyways. So yeah, like those like, but like as an adult, like the movie scenario is fucking. I guess like going like the drive-in's a little different because you can like kind of banter a little bit back and forth during it.
Yeah.
But like again, like that doesn't really like as like a early date scenario that doesn't make any sense to me. It never has.
Yeah, let's go to a movie. Let's go someplace to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I would love to get to know you.
That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, Why? Why was that like a thing? I guess like, you know, like back in the day when there was like, there's still not like a ton
But
of
when
shit
there
to
was
do.
like nothing, but like when film first came out, like that was what you did.
Right.
Was go to a movie. You'd go get a milkshake and you'd go to the movie.
But then you would party before and after, like at the fucking
Yes.
drive-in like fucking restaurant, that kind
Right.
of shit.
Yes.
So like, and that again, drive-in movies were more of a thing too. Like, so again, like you're still like, again, the drive-in's fun. Like we're lucky that we have one here.
Yeah.
So like that's pretty cool. But like,
Yeah.
I just don't see the fucking point. I really
I know.
don't. I've never understood it whatsoever.
Me either. Me either. Me either. That's funny.
But yeah, it's been like that's like you do that, and it's like I don't want to do that.
I don't want. Yeah, no. I mean, I like going to a movie like when you're already in a relationship with someone and going like,
Yeah.
oh, a new movie's coming out. Like, yeah,
I can
go
see
see your
that.
movie. Go see your movie.
You know, like
But even still, I would rather rent it at home because then I don't have to go anywhere.
right.
I
well,
loved living by the movie theater and going and getting popcorn and going home
going home.
because it was fresh and delicious and covered in butter.
Right.
Perfect.
So like, and that makes sense, especially too, is like we have all this like, you know, like this is a 46-inch TV here, and
Yeah.
now that's small. It's not even like a fucking.
Right.
So like back in the day when like 27-inch TVs were like the jam, like that's this size.
Okay.
So like that's what everybody like. So going to the movies made a lot more sense because you had a lot more like
Yeah.
going on. But now we have like big ass TVs and like loudspeakers and stuff.
Projectors.
And, yeah.
For like $20.
Yeah. you don't need like to go sit in a fucking dark room with like 100 other people like also just being quiet, which is just super fucking weird to me.
I know. Okay, and then how much do you love people who clap at the end of a movie?
If you clap at the end of a movie, you're fucking retarded.
Just
Just straight up like that word. I don't care how bad it is. It's not like no. You're just not. Sorry, I cannot do that. Like, and like you know that's coming from like a person like I almost went to film school and those kind of things. Like we had like we were talking about this the
That's
other day
awesome.
actually. Like I was in high school like when the first like Lord of the Rings like when they came out.
yes.
And so like we had like a field trip, like we like took the day and like rented out the fucking theater and did the shit, and it was super fun and super cool. And like you know we like share like that kind of like cool stuff, like because like you know those movies were like very special. Like we went to see The Matrix, the third one when it came out.
Oh yeah.
And so like those were like really cool because we were like you know then we could talk about like how it was like done and like these are cool things when we're trying to learn how to do it
Yeah.
versus like
What's the best date though?
What's the best date though?
isn't it like April something? I think he's talking about like the
April.
Not yet. Because they all
September 25th or April 25th.
yeah. There's like a joke in like
There's
from
a
like
joke.
a Miss America thing.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's April 25th.
Yeah, it's something like that. Where
Yeah.
It's like all he needs a light
Yes.
jacket.
It's from Miss Congeniality.
the mountains.
Yeah, I mean taking the truck up the mountains is a good like again like I like a hike scenario is cool too. Like if you're like at first like few dates and like they like to do that.
Yeah.
That's always pretty fun to do.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm pretty simple. A bike ride, I'm down. Fucking sit there and fucking
Yeah.
ride somewhere fucking cool.
Yeah.
Like I don't find many people.
I
do
like
that.
to go. I like to go mudding.
Or do you prefer
I think it's probably like depends on the situation.
Quote Dick.
It's like forcing that one through. Like we had a bad time, but here we go. Yeah.
That
I
awkward
actually
like.
heard a joke the other day that was kind of funny. It was like
Oh, yeah.
it was on like TikTok or something, which I don't understand that like the whole spiel on that one. I'm putting my game clips on there, but it's fucking weird. But this one dude's like girlfriend was like, you know, it's kind of weird that like you decide who's like area you like touch somewhere where they pee if you like their personality, which is kind of a weird scenario when you think about that.
Okay, try again. April 25th. I was
Is
right.
it- okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, it's like one of those like moments where you're like, it's kind of true. Like the people that you want like to like be with, or like kiss, hug, or like whatever is like because like the people you want to touch are like people that like you like their personality, which is a weird scenario.
Isn't that funny?
When you kind of think about it that way, because like this like non like
How primitive.
right. It's just kind of odd that's the way that works.
That's how people like. Well, I mean, it's okay. So why do you say that it's odd? Because isn't that just
Because
the
it
way
goes
is?
because it's one of those like your interactions like speaking or that kind of stuff has like no physicality whatsoever.
Right.
So like it's not that it's odd. It's just that it's like it's interesting that like that's where it starts typically is like
Right.
personality wise, those kind of
Right.
things. Like versus like the primal thing is like physically only.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, then it makes me wonder, like the whole with the artificial intelligence and like the conversation movie, all of it, like there was a movie about falling in love with artificial intelligence,
There's been quite a few.
and it's because like everything connects,
Right.
everything connects, but a computer can't get that. And so, but with technology, I don't know. It makes me find like the whole everything dating right now is just weird.
Right.
Just weird because how do you like the connection it's missing.
Right, and that's like a big thing too. Like, as what Anita? I don't know. Is that a movie?
Is that is that the artificial intelligent girlfriend we're talking about?
But
We have a
there is
name?
people that like really like roll into that. Like, we make fun of like the kids are like like the waifu like kids and like those kind of things.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's like the pillow, like the anime pillow thing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, good. Don't worry about it then. But like,
Big ol' redneck. I don't know what you're talking about.
so like, it's like this like love of like artificial characters, but like they put it like in a like. So here's like the Urban Dictionary. The term waifu is a word that's used in the manga cartoon, video game forms, and so it's like your digital girlfriend kind of scenario.
Oh, like an archer.
Yeah, so it's kind of.
Holographic girlfriend.
But yeah, it's like this like where like these kids that like don't have like a lot of like social interaction, like they'll fall in love with like these characters and like do that kind of stuff, and it's not really that like absurd when you really look at like when people are like, oh, I'd love to like date that person in this movie or something. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
it's like the same idea as that.
Yeah. I think
but,
that like I have, but when people talk about like celebrity crushes and stuff, I would have character crushes, I would say, versus like
Right.
a celebrity crush, because I think celebrities are special, but their characters are great.
See, that kind of like depends, like, because like for me, like I could say like, as like when you're like a teenager, like those kind of crushes are like typically like a physical like scenario, or like a character scenario. But like like I have this joke, and it's like this main crush scenario that I have is like Justin Timberlake, but I don't like his like music scenarios very often.
Sure.
His like there's a couple of performances like in movies that I'm like, yeah, pretty cool. Like,
But
this
him in
character-
Saturday Night Live.
But yeah, like those ones are like when he's on Jimmy Kimmel, like being
Yeah.
like personable and like those kind of things.
Yeah.
Those will like attract me to like people like a lot more.
Yeah.
Like their interactions like as themselves more so
Right.
than anything else. Like, and that's more like so like I don't really fall on that scale like ooh like that character is super fucking dope or whatever. Like I mean like the whole movie and like the character development that kind of stuff. But I don't like fall in love with like those characters necessarily. 'Cause I also have like a problem where like I need like a personal interaction. Like we were talking about earlier, like I'm very much like I'll go sit at a bar just to, like have the noise around me, even if I'm not talking to anybody else.
Right.
Like, that just gives me like that personal like I have that interaction with these people, and if I do talk to somebody, it's easier for me to like in that scenario versus like the digital stuff. I have no problem like chatting people or whatever.
Right.
It just doesn't feel the same to me.
Right. I totally get it.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
I like organic conversation.
Yeah, I need like that somebody, and like earlier when we were talking like my podcast like this year's been kind of like the saving grace for my sanity. Because if I didn't have it, I don't know what the fuck I would.
I know. Oh my gosh! Like, what was it? I don't know. Last week or 2 weeks ago, I was like, oh my gosh! I'm so glad that you have me come over.
Mm-hmm.
Like, cause like I'm like completely isolated. So it's really nice. It's really nice, and I'm glad that like I'm glad that you're also not like out just like causing mayhem and then also doing this, because then like it's crazy. I don't know, the world's weird right now. Everything's weird. Do you need a beer?
Yes. Yes, I do. But yeah, it's that like the waifu pillows or like the waifu like scenario, like that was just like the falling in love, like the Like an anime character, that's typically what it's for.
Oh my
But
gosh. Okay.
that's just what that is.
My only experience with anime, one was Sailor Moon when I was little.
That's fair.
Hashtag 90s.
Amanda loves Sailor Moon.
Yes. But when I was riding the bus, we moved outside of town, and we were riding the bus, and some new girls on the bus brought anime porn on the bus, and we were like in elementary school, and they were passing it passing this shit around on the bus.
They got a little into the internet a little bit too early.
So early. Oh my gosh, yes. And so my sister, who was, kindergarten, went home and asked my mom what a blowjob was. So we got off the bus real quick. We did not ride the bus again. No more bus time.
The bus is a crazy time because you interact with like not even kids in like your class. You interact with everybody.
Oh yeah. That was the first time I told some girl I beat her face in. I was second grade on the bus.
They were watching hentai. What the crap?
But yeah, hentai's an interesting scenario anyways in itself. Like, I'm like, I get it, but at the same time, I'm like, not for me. It's just not. That's like animated like porn.
Okay.
Like Japanese, anime style.
Okay.
That's what hentai is, yeah.
All right. So like an Aria conversation.
Obviously, he's always had that like Asian fetish. I mean, he married an Asian girl,
What?
so. I just remember his like fucking like multi-year like bukkake. Like that was like what he wanted to talk about all the time. Like, okay, dude, like you turned a little deep into the fucking porn scenario. But yeah, that's where like that comes from. Like that's what that is. And it's like, again, there's no interaction there. It's not on board.
Oh man.
I don't like hentai. Like I don't like anime that much. Like there's a couple that I like, but like they're typically like sillier style like stuff. Like the OG Dragon Ball.
Okay. Yes.
So
okay.
like
Yep.
before it was Dragon Ball Z, like the OG Dragon Ball was super funny
Yeah.
and super silly, like that kind of stuff. Like yeah, obviously they had the fighting and that kind of stuff, but it wasn't the same as like the later shit. Like my other one is called Bobobo, and it's fucking ridiculous. It's like this like
You said that like you were embarrassed to say that.
I'm not like really embarrassed by it, but most people that like anime don't like it because it's not on the same styling as like most like animes are much more like they'll have like silly moments in some of them, but like typically it's like about like the fighting or like that kind of stuff. But Bobobo is like if you took like slapstick comedy and made it a cartoon. So like one of the characters that it's even Eric's funny. So like one of the characters is like a fucking like a talking submarine. But not like in like a Knight Rider way, but like in like, like he's a full on character, like he's just a weirdo. Like the whole the main character, Bobo, like is like it's kind of making fun of like Elvis like personality wise, where it's like over the top, like American style,
like Johnny Bravo.
Yeah, like so he's kind of like that, but he's just like extra ridiculous.
Okay.
So like yes, but like Johnny Bravo's a perfect like if you took his character and made him like dark hair, that's Bobo basically.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay.
So like yeah, it's like that silly. Like I like those like silly stuff. Like anyways, like, if I watch a TV like that's typically I'll roll towards more like being silly or comedic, those kind of things.
Yeah.
Whereas like I don't like like The Big Bang Theory is like nah like.
Yeah.
How I Met Your Mother, like, nah, like, I can watch them, but, like, they're not really, like, my jam. Like,
right.
They don't make movies for me, they don't make TV shows for me either. Like, so, like,
sure. It's
kind of like, there's, like, oddball scenarios in there. Like, they make, like, a few seasons. Like, I've never seen the show, it's animated also, but it's American animation. It's, called The Boondocks.
Yes. Oh, so, I've heard of it. I've never watched it.
So, The Boondocks is probably, like, one of my favorite shows of, like, all time. And it's based on like a comic series, like in newspapers, like the original creator, like he did those in newspapers.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And so all those characters.
I remember reading it on Sunday Comics.
Yeah. So like he took those characters and animated the show.
Oh, okay.
And so like, but it's also like these, it's about these like two like black kids that grew up like in like the hood, and then like their grandfather like cashed in all this shit and bought a nice house in like this like very white neighborhood, and
Okay.
so like it's a bunch of like random bullshit. Like one of the main characters is like voiced by like Charlie Murphy, and he's a white dude in the show actually, and then
Yeah.
his best friend is Samuel Jackson, who's also a white dude.
Oh, wow.
And it's super silly.
Oh, wow,
And
okay.
But like, you know, there's some real stuff in there too. Like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Like, just because like, you know, they had to
Well,
bring that
racism. Yeah.
exactly.
For
There's
sure.
a huge thing in there. His name's Uncle Ruckus in the show, where he's a black white supremacist, but like not like Clayton Bigsby style.
Okay.
Like not seen. Like totally like I want to say the words, but like it's all fuck them Newt N-words like all the time. Like it's so funny. Like
Okay.
I love the show. Like it's so like perfect, and
That's
it's crazy that like again that show came out like 15 years ago and it's still relevant. Like I think they're creating a new season of it actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
But yeah, it's if you want to watch something that's like still of the times and it's still silly, it's like but like serious at the same time. It's kind of like that. Like it's super cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a super fun show. But like that's about as far as I go. Like again, like I can watch a Family Guy every once in a while.
Yeah.
But like it's not like again like I'm like not attracted like that TV's just not my jam.
Yeah. I get it. I have it on as background noise. I have that and music. My dog was staring at me like crazy today because I was jamming, making dinner tonight. And I was just like scream singing. And he was just in the kitchen in the corner like, really right now? I'm like, I don't have the TV on. Like, it's fine. Shut up, dude.
Right.
Quit judging me with your big egg head. Like, those freaking eyes.
Oh, there's some of those dogs like you know.
He just like he'll just sit there and stare at you and just like really?
Yeah, like, are you seriously doing that? Like Bear does it to like Kate and me sometimes. Like
Yes.
Trick,
Dude,
like,
where like dips
the
his
side
nose and
eye.
like
it's always the side eye for me where I'm like, I know you're judging me. Like you don't know what's going on. Like I know like you're like, nah, stop.
oh yeah. I got a picture of his fucking face for you. That's readily available because my mom sent it to me recently.
I'm actually like considering on getting a dog.
I was hoping. I've been thinking about you getting a dog all week this week. Like no lie, I've been thinking about that all week this week. This face. Look at that fucking face.
He's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yes, but he like he'll make me hold him like this. Like I'll get down and I'll be like petting him and stuff, and he has to like put his paws on my shoulders and just like stare intimately at my face, like with that look, just like right here, like has to.
That's a hard look though. Like when it's like,
Dude, he's
it's not-
so serious about it.
It would
It would
give
give
you.
you a reason to get out.
I mean, yeah.
No, that's besides the point. No, it'd give you something to like really love.
Well, and that's again.
That's the thing.
Alone for like a while.
Oh
so
my
it's like-
gosh, you know what? Like, my dog is like, I try so hard not to think about like what would happen if I didn't have him. It's he's the best thing. As the best thing.
Yeah, I thought about like Monday, and I was like, maybe. Like I'm kind of like on that boat.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I'll go dog shopping with you. But you gotta like, I mean, Pax totally picked me. Like,
right.
so you gotta
and
be ready for that.
We looked like on Tuesday. I looked at like the Larimer Humane Society has nothing. They have none. There's nothing, which is fucking crazy. So like I went like on like petfinder.com or something and like looked at
Yeah.
those dogs and like I don't know. We'll see like how this works out in that scenario because like again it's like you don't really know. You can meet him or whatever. Like you don't know. So
You
it's,
don't, yeah.
It's a little harder like right now, which I'm like cool.
Sure.
Like this is the perfect time to do that too, but not really.
Would you get a puppy?
No, I'm thinking like probably like 2 or 3 years old.
Okay.
Something
What kind
like
of
that.
breed are you thinking?
You know, I hadn't really thought about it a ton, but like it was brought up to me like maybe a pit bull would be the way to go.
Oh gosh, bullies are great.
Yeah, so like,
Bullies
and I
are
think
great.
that's they've been kind of my jam anyways.
Yeah.
So like, because like I would really like a fluffy dog too, but like the mess, like they're
Sure.
cute as shit. Like they're
Yeah.
so cute. Like it's
I like Pax sheds, but he doesn't shed like crazy. And his own fur gives him allergies. So him and I are like two peas in a pod, and he gets allergy shots, and I take allergy pills, and it's adorable. But
Fair. Yeah, I've actually like seriously considered it because I mean, especially right now, like I have the time for sure. Like because like the first like few months, like it really like a lot of attention. Like especially with a dog that's rehomed.
Yeah.
It's like needs like a lot of attention. Like like you belong here, you're good. That kind of stuff. So since I'm always around, it'll make it easy.
Yes.
And then like once that I had like if I get a chance to like go back to the office or whatever, then like I can like ease in and out of it.
Right.
Versus like having like just like a hard like, oh, I got a new dog.
Yeah.
See you later. It's tomorrow.
Yep.
Like
right. Yep. No, and Pax loves his kennel. Like loves his own space. Loves all of that. Like, and bullies like. The English Bull Terrier, my dog, that breed of Bull Terrier is so affectionate. Just so affectionate. And then the other Bull Terriers and Pit Bulls and stuff are also affectionate, but not as. But I love that bullies are just, they're very intentional. Very intentional. I'm very about relationship. I think that you should definitely have a bull of some sort.
Yeah, that's kind of like where I'm kind of running that way. Like,
I'm so excited for you. I really am so excited for you.
Yeah, like I like like the neighbors they had like a full on like pit bull breed, but her name was Marley, and like the nicest fucking dog. And I hate like people would walk by and be like, all she would like be out front with them, and she'd like run into people or whatever. Just wants all the love. Like that's all she ever wanted. Yep. And like people would be like, oh my god, like pit bull, like, and she's like.
Yeah.
Like, not, like, charging, like, aggressively or anything, and they're just gonna be afraid. I'm like, I kind of want that, too, because, like, it's kind of funny where it's like, you're an idiot. Like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Yep.
Because then you can, like, tell, like, how people are immediately.
Yep.
Pax
like, doesn't really care about people so much. He's not super excited about people, but as soon as he smells or hears a dog or something, he's like, oh, my God, there's a friend. And he looks intimidating. And so he, like, him and I only take him for walks when I know nobody else is on the lake or anything like that, because he looks that way. And he's so excited, like me, when he sees someone. And so he just, like, is, to see a dog, he's like, oh, my God, I could have a friend. Oh, my God, I'm so excited. And then I'm, like, trying to, like he pulls. But he doesn't pull too hard. But then, like, he'll listen to me. He'll respond eventually. But, yes. But he's a brute. He's 80 pounds and, like, broad-shouldered. Like, he's scary looking. I would hate for me to be upset and him to be in the room.
Right.
Like, yeah.
I saw this one. It was like a pit bull lab mix.
Oh, yes.
So, like, it was like a fluffy pit bull. And I was all...
My brother has a pit. Yes. Well, my brother has a pit bull lab mix. Got him as a puppy. He's an incredible dog. Incredible dog. And then my brother has two pit bulls, and they're incredible with his son. And they just love everything. They're just easy and great and sweet and yeah. Yeah,
and that's kind of like like again like I'm pretty good with like dogs and animals love me for whatever reason like.
What do you mean for whatever reason? You're you're pretty great. Like you can't just sit here and not not
but the thing is like I get like the ones where like people like this he doesn't like other people or shit like that or he doesn't like this and they always are like they're like he's like they love you.
I get that with babies. I get that with kids.
I get that with kids too actually. Like it was funny like in midsummer like one of Kate's neighbors we were smoking like out on her porch or whatever and one of her neighbors like came up with like with their kid that's like probably like 10, 11 months old, and he's actually like pretty. I was pretty surprised because like these people are not like the best people, and like this kid was like totally like good.
If you know what I mean.
But like so I started like playing with him or whatever, and she was like, he like really like took to you, and I was like, yeah, I gotta get this. Like he's like he doesn't like most people. And I was like, well, he likes me, so here we go.
Yeah.
And so, like, I get that a lot. So, like, even, like, breeds that, like, are typically, like, not, like, the most personal, like, Chihuahuas and stuff like that, like, they love me also. Like, I never have an issue. Like, people's dogs, no matter, like, how, like, unhinged they are, I can get them to, like, do whatever the fuck I want them to do.
Yep.
So, it's just kind of what it is. And I think it's, again, it's the patience, and again, like, a lot of people, like, they, like, when they yell at their dogs and stuff like that, it's like, no. Yes, stop. Like, there's no purpose, like, in doing that. When they're barking and you want them to shut the fuck up, you just stare at them.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, maybe I should be doing this.
Yep.
So like, yeah, I have a big, an easy thing with like animals. Like, it's funny. Like, the most well-behaved dog that I've ever seen in my entire life is my friend Keith's. He's got a toy Chihuahua.
What?
So it's like, it's tiny.
Oh gosh.
And him and Chanel, like the most like well-behaved dog ever. Like, no leash ever, no nothing. Like, and it's like, hey Chanel, let's fucking like walk this way or whatever, and like just fucking.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So like, I have no problem with like any breeds. Like, I like again like all of them, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of, it's again, I'm simple. Like, if they're easy, they're typically easy. Even if they're difficult, I can make them simple. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Pax definitely has a spoiled grand dog syndrome, but it's fine. It's fine.
Well, and that's one of those things too. Like, even Crystal, yeah, like Charlie's like dog. Like, that dog loves me.
Yeah.
But I also spent a lot of time with that dog too. Like, you know, when I broke my legs, I was there for like an entire month.
Yep.
So like, that dog like has.
Oh man, so we had 2 black labs. One was a purebred and one was not. And then we had a rat terrier growing up. And when my dad was going through chemo, that rat terrier did not leave my dad. And that rat terrier was a dick. Like, all growing up. And then my dad went on chemo, and then that rat terrier did not leave my dad at all. And then he totally softened him. He was super sweet for a little bit.
Most people don't like that dog because she is annoying, but like her and I get along great. So
yeah, I get along with Charlie's dog's pretty good.
I even get along with fucking Willie, but he doesn't like anybody.
Who's that?
That's Lindsay's like wiener dog. He hates everything except for me.
Except for you.
Like, it's funny, like, sometimes when I'm over there, like, I'll sit down, like, I'll have Crystal on this side and Willie on this side, and like, even Lindsay's like, that dog doesn't like anybody in here.
That is so funny.
Yeah, it's never, dogs are just not an issue. Like, even like, you know, when we talk about Aria, like, Squirt was like an asshole.
Oh, I miss Squirt.
But Squirt loved me. Like,
Squirt was great.
The first, like, I remember, like,
Squirt let me hold him.
Yeah.
He was sweet.
I remember, like, the first time I got one of them, I was like petting him, and like he was sitting between me and Nina, and he was all "fuck you," like, "Rrr," and like he like bit me, but then I continued like petting him. He was like, "What the fuck is going on here? Like, doesn't make it." So,
did you just dominate me right now? Did you just alpha dog me?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the jam. Is like, I don't take no shit. Like, it's like Kate's boyfriend's dog. Like, John was super afraid of me. Like, the first time I met John, like, he was super afraid of the dog being like all fucking crazy, and the dog's like, the dog loves you. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, there's very few animals that like do not like.
Yeah.
Like, my cousin's cats are the only people that, like, one of them doesn't like me for whatever reason.
Hard time with cats.
The other one like loves me, but like he does not like at all. Like, he like the last time I was over there, like he saw me, and then he like sat there like on his like stand or whatever, and then he like was like, and we're like. Not even like near you, not even doing shit. And it's the only like animal.
Trying to intimidate you?
Yeah, it's like the only animal recently that I've had like an issue with whatsoever.
That is so funny. Oh man, I remember when Pax was a puppy, his dad did not like him. Did not like him. And it's because Pax ended up being way bigger and just a fucking better dog. Like, just way better. He was just a great dog, but he was a boy. And so, that's the only dog or animal that did not like Pax, which I thought was kind of funny. But I don't know. Cats I struggle with, probably because I'm allergic to them.
That's
they
fair.
like me, but I'm like I can't even look at you. Like,
right.
I look at you and I'll sneeze. Like, this is
and that's
not fair.
You know, the bummer on your side of that one.
Because I bet like my early 20s and all that, my lifestyle and stuff would have been good with a cat. But I wouldn't know. I would not trade a relationship with a cat with the relationship I have with my dog. Like, he's just, I don't know. He's such a good boy. He gets fresh chicken on his dinner and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, when you spoil them, they get this.
He's
easier.
a good boy. Oh man, and giving them like good food. It's kind of spoiling, but not really. Like, you should take care of what you have.
Right, and it kind of depends on like what you're doing too.
Yeah.
This kind of thing. Like, I don't know that I'll probably like roll like that way. Probably.
Well, I don't give him like cookies and shit, but like
Yeah,
like
you're not like Jack over here if you're still watching.
like no, like he's like he'll get a dog treat and things like that when he's being awesome, but like I'll give him meat. Like if I'm having like a good steak, I'm like, oh, this is great. You're my best friend. You totally need a piece of this. Like,
right.
But like not until I'm done. Like,
right.
You're fucking over there the whole time I'm eating, and if you can't handle that, you're going to your kennel. Like, I don't play games like that. You don't get to sit here and beg with me.
Yeah, that's a big thing too. Is like like people that like they train their dogs, which is like it's like one of the worst like things you can do.
That whole like reward thing, like just constant.
Yeah, well, that one's a weird cat anyways because it was like a stray, and so at my dad's house, I don't think I turned this fucking burner on like a fool.
You just.
I did not. Just put coals
Well,
on
and
there. It'll work out.
Well, in my neighborhood, I feel like that there's some like yard cats, some outdoor cats in my neighborhood, which I like that. Like growing up outside of town, I was glad that our neighbors had cats in their barn and stuff, but I don't know.
Skate fast, eat ass. Okay. Okay, Avery. That's Avery.
Only cat that is.
I hope that works well for you, Ave. I'll deal with that. I'll be
Okay.
right back.
The only cat that isn't for wet food. That's not the only cat. Wet food's not great for cats typically anyways.
Would recommend.
9 out of 7. Yeah. I mean, again, wet food and cats, I don't know. It's not usually the greatest scenario. I don't know. I thought about a cat thing too. I think I'd just rather have a dog. Just because then I can wrestle with them and like be silly and not have to worry about like I don't know. I like cats too. I think just rather have a dog. They're more personable. Again, like if I want like attention, they're typically on board. Whereas cats generally just kind of do their own thing, which is fine. I think that's why like the crazy cat lady. It's many cats and not just like one cat. There's a lot.
Very true.
Very true. Whereas like I'm in the position now where I need some attention. So
talking about cats?
yeah. I mean, again, I like cats too. Like we grew up with cats.
Okay.
So like cats, like we had one of our calico cats. Like she lived to like 21 years old, I think.
Oh wow.
What, like somewhere in that range? I think it was like we got her in '96, and she lived like 2016 or 17. Holy shit! There's a sunshine.
Oh my gosh, sunshine! I'm so happy to see a message from you.
I think cats are a little better than houseplants. I don't want to plant.
Yeah, you don't want to plant.
I don't need a fucking plant. I mean, I said that to me earlier. I was like, I don't need a fucking plant.
And they're equally affectionate.
Again, it depends on the cat. Like, oh my god, Jack, shut the.
Oh, you busy, Ben? You should come over.
It's a long trip from Denver.
I know.
And this shit right now, especially. How are you doing, Mr. Sunshine? I haven't talked to you in like a long time.
You are so missed.
It's been a long time. I'm trying to like remember like a year. Like, when did you leave us? I don't remember.
2012.
Affectionate cats.
2011. You moved to Denver.
I don't know Moxie was super affectionate.
Yeah, and like the thing is, we've had plenty of very affectionate cats. Like,
That's
like,
cool.
Amanda has 2 right now, and like, if there's nobody around, like both of them will like hang out with me. If there's people around, then there's only the one. Oh, there's a Travis too.
Why don't Travis?
Send help. In Hawaii, go fuck yourself.
What?
Oh, come say hi for sure.
Come over. Oh my gosh.
It's been a very. I've like.
Oh my gosh.
It's
So long. Come over.
been.
You're so
like,
missed.
What, 8 years since I've
Oh,
seen
you're so missed.
you.
You're stuck.
Yeah,
Travis, I don't want to hear you complaining about being stuck on an island unless you're stuck with just a volleyball and yourself. I don't want to fucking hear it.
Yeah, not with
You
your
kidding me
entire
right
family
now?
and shit. Get out of here. You fuck.
You can walk for 2 minutes and be on the beach. Bite me.
LOL baby. Just promise you won't miss me.
Of-
What?
You're already missed.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about. You're
It
like, you're
doesn't work
already
that way.
missed. Like, that's all, like,
Visit me.
I won't visit you?
I mean, we can. I mean, it's a little harder right now, but
Oh,
Oh, okay.
no. 0.5 minutes. Fuck you in your 0.5 minutes. We won't visit you at the hospital,
Yeah.
but
that's-
come over. Like, when you're free, like, we need to plan it. Plan it, and like, are you available on, like, next Friday? Are you available next Friday, Sunshine?
None of that.
Next Friday we're supposed to have my barber over. So.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's Christmas. Yeah. Are you available on a Friday evening, Sunshine?
That's all that it takes.
That's all
Friday-
it takes. Come over on Friday night.
It's rough. What's the temperature out there, Travis? 80. It's like no. It's been
80 and humid. Horrible. Absolutely horrible.
so terrible.
This week and then break for 2 weeks.
Okay. Kick ass on your finals. And then come over. I'll bake you cookies.
That's like, the standard, the cookies.
Or brownies. Or lemon bites. Or...
He'll shoot a message. and
Good.
it's not
Yeah.
Yes!
face
Yes!
with tears of joy.
Well, it's partly cloudy. God damn, we got so much like random ass shit going on right now.
Absolutely cookies. So whoever wants to attend. The next 2 Fridays, I'll have cookies. Lemon bites, I know. Oh, man. Should we have a cookie exchange? We just-
I mean, I'm not
Everybody
that
has a
great
bunch
at
of cookies?
baking, but I probably could make it happen.
I think you could. You can go to Sam's real easy.
Again, I don't go grocery shopping as it is.
Oh, man. Love it.
Love you guys.
Ah, love
Love you too,
Travis.
Trav. You fuck.
I'm
You've had.
so sad that, it's partly cloudy where you're at when it fucking snowed today.
It wasn't supposed to snow today. It was supposed to snow tomorrow.
It's supposed to snow. Isn't it still going to
It's
snow
still
tomorrow
going to. It
too?
was supposed to start tomorrow. I was like, cool.
Oh my gosh. Well, driving over here, like, I passed 2 or 3 lakes, and so it's just foggy. Like, my whole
Right.
house, everything. When I first started my car, it was fine, crystal clear, and then it just got like 5 degrees colder, and then it was just, I couldn't see out my garage. It was so foggy.
Yeah, we went from being like, like a pretty decent temperature like for like this entire month to like, let's just do 25 for fucking 4 days. But again, I'm not going anywhere, so it's not that big of a fucking deal. But at the same time, I want to ride my sled. I want it to snow a bunch. I want to ride my sled, but
Yeah. Speaking of Christmas, you don't have a Christmas tree. Doing a Christmas special because it's Christmas.
right, we're supposed to do it at your house. You
Yeah.
said.
Okay. Good. I want to make sure we're doing it at my house because I was like, oh my gosh, it's gonna be a perfect little setup. It's gonna be so damn cute. Okay. Perfect. All right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, that was the plan.
Okay.
So
Okay. Okay. Well then, whoever wants to come over, Christmas, my
I
house.
want to ride my sled also.
yeah.
Good.
I want to ride real bad, like really fucking bad. I want to be riding so hard that I'm like just shy of hurting myself.
That's what she said.
Every time this comes up with that scenario, you bring it right through there. Yeah, I want to go fast.
I want to go fast. I want to go fast. I want to go fast.
want to go fast.
Oh, man.
A lot of she said jokes, much like the big jokes that never end.
Oh, my gosh.
Never end.
Oh, it's good, though.
We know how much you like to ride. Just remember the legs.
The one time in my 30 years of riding snowmobiles, I break myself. Just don't break yourself again.
No, remember, Dick,
Every time
your
I see
femurs don't bend in the middle.
Yeah, they don't. I don't know what happened now. Because
Oh, man.
the one time I heard
That
this,
one time at band camp?
basically that.
But
So-
see, not like, it wasn't like you hurt yourself. It was like you almost died.
True.
I got in quarantine. What about I want a cookie?
Well, okay. How much do you, just shoot me a message. You know what you have to do. And you know yourself. And you know what precautions you're taking. Just play it by ear. Let us know. And come over. The end. The end. I don't think we have to negotiate too much about this. Oh my gosh. And Sunshine, you will love my house. You just gotta come over. You gotta see my place. It's done. Christmas it is. So excited. I can't even tell you. I'm gonna make those ginger snap cookies that I love to make. Okay. You're coming over. Perfect. Who else is coming over and bringing cookies? What kind of cookies are you gonna make?
Well, my favorites are easy, so I'll probably just do peanut butter.
Ooh, yum. Okay, now, real. Are you gonna fork it?
Of course.
Okay, good.
It's like a requirement.
It is a requirement.
I'm just gonna have like fucking peanut butter slobs,
No, you can't just have a plain circle of a peanut butter cookie. If it doesn't have the fork crosses in it, you're doing it wrong.
and then they're the easiest to make, and they're like my favorites.
Oh, they're so perfect. Perfect. I'm so excited.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, it's pretty much a requirement. Pro level forker. So, Eric and Sunshine can't see what Avery and Jack are typing in there because they're on a different platform. They can see each other, but it doesn't post it in the Facebook for some reason.
Oh, okay. I think we all want to believe Dick is a pro level
If you're
forker.
not slit, I mean, you probably won't be because there hasn't been a whole lot of snow up there. Plus, it's all burnt. So.
Perfect. Perfect. I'm so excited. Should we make it a Facebook event? If people are not being stupid, they can come over.
It's friendly up to you at that point. So.
Cool. Yeah, because I run a preschool out of my home, so if you're being irresponsible, don't come to my house.
Don't need any of that.
I take care of babies, and they're important. They're like the future. That's what I hear.
That's what we've been told for a very long time. This is the future. Don't fuck the future up. Or do. It's okay.
Or do.
We've already been
We're okay. We turned out all right. Cheers, right?
It's like
As long as you fork it, it's fine.
you'll bring over some cleaning. Oh my god.
You don't need to. No, it's Christmas. You're gonna wear an ugly sweater, and it's gonna be great. That's all you need. Oh, I'm so excited.
That's funny. I'll be there too.
I hope so.
I'll bring some cleaning supplies. It's a very Eric response, for sure. It's fucking no. Stop. Just have a day off. Jesus.
Yes. Yes, just come hang out. That's all you need.
That's all it takes.
Yeah.
Floor level forker.
I don't know if I have an ugly sweater anymore.
I'm sure any sweater you have is ugly.
You're such a brother.
Get one.
Walmart's real nice.
I was
You
gonna
know
actually
what?
get a Montucky one.
You know what we could do is y'all can make an ugly sweater at my house. I have enough stuff and hot glue guns that you can make whatever tinsel shenanigans you want.
I don't know if this is a crafting scenario that I'm going to be a part of.
You don't want to have like a sweaty balls crafting podcast. Why not?
A crafting broadcast.
Podcast.
It's like we're just like the like I'm trying to like think of a joke for like an HGTV like joke to go along with my name here. It's not working out.
DIY dick.
Basically, it was like funny like a couple years
DIY
ago.
with dick.
We made like cookies at my sister's house, and like that was like the thing, and like I posted like the leftovers that wouldn't fit in the tray, so it's like this huge fucking like pile of shit like peanut butter cookie with like Reese's peanut butter pieces in it.
Yeah.
And it was like I look at it now, I'm like that was a funny joke. If you didn't see the rest of the cookies that I made, it looks like I'm a terrible ass cook, which is fair. Totally fair. We sit and fight it. It's funny.
Yes.
It was only like today. I think we saw the memories.
I want the group consensus. I've been working with elderly patients. We have had some COVID positive, but I've had 2 NEG tests per week for the last 5 weeks. I want you guys to think about this. Would you still be comfortable?
I mean, my reality is I don't go around like fucking about, like around a bunch of people or whatever. But the end game is let's just say that I did get it, I'd probably be okay with it, and I don't see anybody anyways, so I would just stay home. So it wouldn't really change my scenario at all.
Christmas would put me 1 week out from exposure.
Okay.
I
think you're fine.
Yeah, again, that's more of like
and you know what? Well, me, so
yeah.
I do have a COVID policy with my students, and the families and we're all on the same page. And we're aware of it, and we already know that if someone in our family group gets it, we already are all exposed. And so we're all very well aware of it, and we do the best that we can, and we roll with the punches. So I think you're fine. You're coming over for
If I
Christmas.
sign up, I can get tested at work probably for free.
You can do that too.
Yeah, I'm not particularly.
I'm not like I think that you guys care enough to be respectful, and that's all. So as long as you're being good and doing your best, I think that's fine. And Sunshine, I think you're fine with where you're at. Come over. I'm so excited. This is gonna be great. I'm so excited. Oh my god, that is a pile of shit. This is great. This is great. I would eat that. I would absolutely eat that.
It was just what was like left over in the scenario. So
Oh man, that's perfect.
it worked out.
That's perfect.
Yeah, again, I'm not super worried about it. Again, I don't see anybody. So in the end game,
I do really well, and the only people I see are my students, and I'm fully reliant on their families to be good, and everyone's done really well. Like it was so crazy last week, 2 weeks ago, we all had a cold at the exact same time, and we all got over it at the exact same time, which never happens. But that just means that we were all really good about making sure we're taking care of ourselves, and that's just. We're building our own immunity, and we're doing really well with that. The kids love their hand washing song. So we're good. We're good.
Right.
So come on over. Come on over.
yeah. Again, I'm not particularly worried about that situation. So
Cool. Yes.
it's kind of it's almost like I'm mildly convinced that like I got it in like January. Because like whatever I had in January put me out for like 4 days.
Oh man.
And like I was like fucked.
Oh
like,
my
I didn't
gosh.
do shit. So
When I went up to Oregon, my buddy Kane, his dad literally just got back from a plane and was extremely sick and was in and out of the hospital while I was up there on different kinds of antibiotics and all kinds of stuff, and he was a mess. And then I got a little bit of something at the end of January, and then I was fine, and then my sister and I went to Vegas in February, and we were fine. So we've been fine.
yeah, I mean we're fine until it's not fine, I guess. But
Right.
and that's kind of things like again, I'm not running around like doing a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah, so I think we're all mutually pretty responsible and respectful of each other and all that. So if we're making plans to hang out, like we're not being irresponsible prior.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not too worried about it. Again, I'll probably be all right regardless. So I'm not super. I'm not super worried about it. I don't want to like pop it around and give it to everybody else and that kind of shit. But
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but if I'm gonna get COVID, I'm okay if I get it with you. It'll be all right. I'll get it with you guys. It'll be all right. We'll just keep making cookies and hanging out by my Christmas tree at my house. we'll just quarantine together.
Right. At that point, you might as well. So.
Might as well. I mean, and that's like been part. That's part of my COVID policy is that if we get it, like, we're still doing life together.
Right. Do you have a beer? You good?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not super duper worried about it. It'd be different if, like, you know, I had a problem with that, but I think I'm good. So if I do end up being a problem, we'll be okay.
Yeah.
2 weeks out of my life's not gonna like break my life, so because I just sit at home doing nothing anyways. So what am I gonna do? Play more video games?
Commence with the cookies and dick jokes.
Let's do it.
Cookies and dick jokes. Yes.
Yes. That's exactly what we're going for here. It's funny. The dick jokes have never ended after.
Ever.
I've been called Dick for 14 years now, so here we go.
So how did it start?
It started. I kind of made my own nickname, which is stupid. I didn't intentionally do it this way.
Okay.
Because anybody that makes their own nickname, get the fuck out of here. No, like just it was. We were with me, Teddy, Paul, John. Like many years ago, we were bowling. I think there's a couple of people there, and I was 20 years old, and we were at Sweetheart Lands in Loveland, and I was just like, I had to like make all the names for everybody because I was the only creative person out of the deal for names wise, and I couldn't think of one for myself, so I was like, just Dick or whatever, and then that stuck because we had so many friends also named Nick.
Okay.
So like to put on top of all the names we had of Nick, it's just like, well, we'll just call you Dick now, and it's like okay, and then it just again, you didn't even know my name.
I didn't even know
for 2 years, so. Right? It's kind of funny when you think of it like that. Like, you didn't even know for like 2 years my actual name.
I know.
I remember like how mad you were about it.
I was so mad. I was so mad.
Yeah, I was
offended that I was like not friends enough to know your real name.
Well, because I didn't have a Facebook or any of that stuff. Like, it wasn't until Wingate made my Facebook that like everybody like started like knowing my actual
Which
name.
we just had our friendversary like a few weeks ago.
Right? Yeah. It's one of those things like because it would have been late October. It would have been like roughly around your birthday when he made the Facebook.
Yeah.
Because like I got control of it like about a month later. It was like right before I went to fucking go race toy cars in Cleveland that I had control of it. And I was like, what the fuck is all this shit? You like friended like everybody, like all these people, like people that like I hadn't talked to even at that point in like 5 years. I'm like, what the fuck? Because he knew all my friends in high school. Even though I didn't know Wingate in high school, he knew all my friends in high school.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, mine and Wingate's relationship like throughout life has been weird too.
How so?
Again, like he's the only person that I don't remember how we became friends.
Really?
Like, like we were, I was going to the NAR or whatever, so when he worked at the NAR, this was in like 2007. And he knew who I was because we went to the same high school again. Like, all of his friends.
Well, and you were in video.
Yeah, so like, I was on TV, so
famous.
Everybody in Loveland High, it was for many years, like people would come up to me and be like, oh, I know you. I'm like, no, I don't know you. I've never met you. He was like, no, like we went to high school together. I was like, cool. And I was like, oh, and he was like, yeah, you're like on the TV. I was like, okay, I got you.
So you know me, but I don't know you.
Yeah,
Perfect.
so that was kind of things. Like, and it's been a long time since then, but thank God, because it was always like super awkward. But so like he knew who I was, and like a bunch of his friends were my friends also.
Okay.
It just was like a separation of like 1 degree kind of scenario.
Sure.
And it's just like, so he knew who I was and all that kind of shit. And it was surprising that we never like were friendly there, because like again, like some of his best friends were like some of my like really good friends. Mm-hmm. I was also like, since I was in video, like all that stuff, like I was friends with everybody too. So like it was like, it wouldn't be that hard to be like a little bit off of like that scenario. But yeah, like I don't remember the first time like we really hung out, like me and Wingate, and that's pretty rare. Cause I pretty much remember everybody's like the first time I actually like hung out with people,
Right.
and so I don't remember that. And then like him just being Wingate, being like in and out like all the time, like you don't really know what the fuck is going. To like where now like like. I don't even know if the dude has any other friends other than me, to be honest. Like, because like I don't like hear about anybody, I don't see anybody, like those kind of things. Where it's like, and I'm like the only person like out of the friend group that really talks to him on a regular basis. And this is Wingate being Wingate, and it's always been that way, honestly. Because like even when we lived together, I remember like when we lived together, we were always like drinking and doing the thing. So we went to California a couple of years ago to that car show. He and I had never like hung out like both sober.
Oh.
Like ever. And like, I mean, that would have been like nearly 10 years of us being friends. We'd never like hung out like both being sober. It was always like.
So you got to meet
like,
each other
yeah.
for the first time.
Yeah. So like maybe like some of it was like one of us like a little sober and then we got drunk, or like, we like didn't do anything like sober ever. So like, and like, like that's kind of this town anyways. Like,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong. But when we were out there, it was like the first day we got there. Like that's when he realized that I'm the same person, drunk or sober.
Yeah.
I'm just a little louder when I'm drunk. Other than that, I'm exactly the same. Drunk, sober, I'm the same person.
Okay, I'm not gonna. You're a little more sassy. Like don't like you can't like you can cap yourself a little better when you're sober.
Yeah, I think that I'm actually more sassy when I'm sober than I am when I'm drunk.
Really?
Because like I'm much more like, again, since I'm on top of it, like I'm definitely like much more like bam, bam, bam with the jokes. Versus like when I'm drunk.
Well, no. I see that. Yes, you're definitely way more clear when you're sober, and you're a lot more witty. But you're a lot more dry. You are dry dick when you're drunk. We got a drunk dry dick over here.
And that's fair. Like, again, like the filter's turned down a little bit, where it's like I'll just say everything.
Like a lot of it. Like that ain't a little bit. That's a lot of it.
You need to hang with more sober then, because I'm actually like the same. I swear, it's kind of crazy. Like
no, I know, and but I also like think of, and I also remember you like drunk as shit at Tony's.
Right.
So I mean, yes and no.
Yeah, I guess it kind of depends on the day too. So, but we get like for sure like realize that like I'm the same person.
Yes.
Because the first thing, so we get to, we had.
Am I the same person?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't notice any like real difference. As
Okay.
Drunk or,
Other than a little more southern. No, all right.
Which is still funny to me. The 1 year like he dragged it out. But so we get up early. Fahad and his high ass decides to drive us to fucking to the airport. He's like, yeah, I got you. And then he gets all fucking high and takes us down there. And he's driving slow as fuck. I'm like, we're not gonna make it. Like we literally like left so early, and like we're running to our plane because like Fahad. And it's like we're on the plane or whatever, and we like talk or whatever. But then like we get into our rental car in California in San Jose, and one of the first, we get in the rental car, we take it like 3 turns, and then there's like this trolley like depot, like they have like a monorail or something there. It's like they just have a train, and it's like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, like a Thursday. So like there's people like getting out of work and that kind of stuff. And San Jose is a weird fucking city. I don't know if you've ever been there.
No.
San Jose has over 1 million people like in the city of San Jose, and nothing is ever happening ever. Like it. Like I'll get into that in a second. I just want to finish this. Like this is like the realization.
Yeah. Okay.
That I'm the same person, and we're driving by like probably 200 people. And I take the parking brake. I'm in the passenger, he's driving. I take the parking brake and just rip it. So we're doing like 40, 45 miles an hour. And just smoke is just rolling on the tires. And all I see is look over and goes, oh, is it going to be like that this week? And I was like, yeah.
Oh, this how it gonna be now? Okay.
Oh, yeah. So like, and that's how it was the whole week. Because we didn't even get like really that rowdy out there. Because again, but nobody else was getting rowdy. It's like, so we went out like on the Saturday night before the car shows on Sunday. We were there from like Thursday till like Tuesday, I think. And so we would go on the Saturday night. So it's a town of 1 million people. Like that's like 2/3 of like Denver Metro like scenario. Like the whole there's that many people just in San Jose. We go downtown where like you would think everybody's gonna be out partying or whatever. There's like one bar with people in it because like they have like the fight on. All the other bars had like 4 or 5 people. It looks like it is in downtown Fort Collins now.
Oh wow.
And that's what it was a couple years ago in San Jose, like on a Saturday night. And I was like, what is this?
Oh.
This doesn't make any sense. Like we're sitting at this bar like, where are all the fucking people? It's fucking 10:30, 11 p.m. like right now, like, and there's just nobody out. Nobody does anything. Which in California you wouldn't think that would be the case. Yeah, just
Wow.
nobody. Like there was more people in Santa Cruz of a town of like 75,000 people, like doing stuff like in the bars than there was that day. Like during the day versus like I was like, it made no sense to me that there was nobody out.
Bizarre. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be weird.
But yeah, that week like
That reminds me of that sounds like a dry county in Texas.
Right? It felt that way. Like there was just nobody doing anything.
Oh wow. Yeah, no thanks.
Like just it was you could just walk around and like never bump into another person. It was odd.
That's so weird.
Yeah,
it's like Twilight Zone.
Yeah, right. And the weather's fucking perfect. Like we went in like August and it's 68 degrees outside all times because it's like right on the fucking bay.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty weird, but yeah, I mean we balled on a budget that time too because like we didn't really have a whole lot of money. We went out there like tickets to that car show were like $400.
What?
So
to a show? To a car show? Mm-hmm. Did you get to ride in the cars?
No.
Well, what the fuck?
So it's like this it's Pebble Beach like concourse. This is the only time the golf course is closed for the entire year.
Okay.
Is that one day, and so like they had like a driving thing with, like previous couple of days like they had like a vintage car race or whatever, and then like they do like you drive to the show or whatever, and there's a bunch of cars that like there's just a pile of rich people, and they're all like, to be honest, they were all fucking hammered like 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. on a Sunday. It was pretty dope. But yeah, like they don't want like regular people being there. Like they want you to know what you're doing when you go there and that kind of stuff. Like because again, like we got to sit in a $40 million Ferrari.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So like one that like just like sold like it was like $42 million. Like one of them just had sold. There's one so many of them. And then he's like, yeah, do whatever. Because he thinks we're fucking loaded too, so he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't know that we're like broke ass fucking like Colorado boys. Like,
you sold your kidney to go to the show.
So like we went there. I got to see like a car that there that I thought that I would never ever see because I told my dad was like in like AMC's like that.
Yeah.
Like there's a AMC one where they partnered with a Italian design firm and they only made 7 of them.
What?
And
oh, okay. And one of them was there?
There's 2.
What? There was 2
There was 2 of them there.
Okay, I understand.
So yeah, it's a different kind of caliber of car show.
Okay, so like shows, TV shows. I watch American Pickers. I love that show. That's one of my favorite shows, and I love when they go through and they pick and find all kinds of crazy cool history and cars and bikes and stuff. I dig that. I totally dig like the antiquing and car shows and things like that.
Right.
Yeah. So $400 for that. I totally. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, it's a different kind of scenario. And like there was a bunch of like they had like the manufacturers like showcase where like they brought like a bunch of new cars and concepts before like they came out. Like so like the Bugatti like Chiron was there before it had come out. Like before you could buy it. Like the race car version was there. So you got to see that car and like. There was like this crazy Mercedes that like never came out. Like it was this big ass like Mercedes, like the new Lincoln Navigators. Like before they had like come out, like the concept for that car was there.
Wow.
There was like a bunch of like cool like older like race cars and like it was like a GT40 like that was in the special like event was like that. So like there was a bunch of like old GT40s like just all of them. That's like there were like 15 of them, and like you don't get to see them ever. So yeah, it was like it's like this like really cool like it was weird because like you gotta see like
once in a lifetime.
You saw like Jay Leno walk by and shit of
course. Wow.
Yeah, like Adam Carolla was there it was like a very I can't remember who Wingate saw somebody like in the bathroom and he was like hi and he was like yeah
did
it's
he
me.
look at his pants?
It's
Wingate. He probably like bellied up right next to him. He's the awkward one next. It was
one of those like moments where like Wingate came with the bathroom. He was like, I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't remember who it was, but he was like,
dude, I just had a pissing match.
Like, yeah, I just saw like him in like the bathroom. And I was like, That's pretty fucking cool.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of those like you may not see like the super A-list scenario, but like you gotta see a couple people and like nobody's freaking out because like they're all like like we don't care, we're rich as shit. It's like the whole like
the whole thing.
Fuck, they're rich and happy, and that's kind of the thing. Is like there's like. We were talking to this one guy, and he's like, "Yeah, I just bought this car, but I don't really like it. It's like I bought it for like $18 million and like all this shit." But like they were super like they're rich people that were like chill. They weren't like worried about like
they were in their sweatpants at this show.
Yeah,
but
they like didn't give a fuck whatsoever, and it was like super kind. It was kind of cool like to be the like cars in the parking lot. Like there was like a new McLaren like LP640 out there, like just chilling in the parking lot. Like yeah, it was a very interesting like scenario because you're in Monterey too, which is like a very like high end town. Like you don't just like go stay there because it's expensive as shit. Mm-hmm. So like it was pretty cool. Like when we were going down to it, like we stayed in San Jose. And Monterey is like probably like 45 minutes to the south.
Okay.
And me and Wingate doing me and Wingate things. We rented a fucking Toyota Yaris.
Oh man.
And just because like I love compact cars are my favorite because you speed them, they don't care, they just keep going. And if you do break them, they're cheap as shit to fix. So it's like we rented this car.
Dick driving a Yaris. Okay, continue.
They're my favorite. I love
that. Is so funny.
I've driven a lot of like nice cars, a lot of like nice shit. My favorite thing's a beater fucking compact car. They're my favorite,
that is
without
hilarious.
question. But we're doing so we're going on the 101, and me and Wingate, it's fucking like 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, so we're just doing like 150 miles an hour as fast as fast as this fucking car would go, and we were like driving by everybody else that was going to the show, and like I remember we blew by this like 911 GT RS2, and I was like, we just like drove by like a car that can do 200 miles an hour, like with like just blowing the doors off, and it's like, oh, this is this kind of event. It was a really cool like scenario to be a part of, and like if they do it again, like cool. I'm totally like down to go because it's so fun.
That's so cool. I like that.
But yeah, I mean it was basically $1,000 just getting the fucking show, like. With like just flying there and the car show alone was $1,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can't relate.
But that was all the money I had at the time. Like 3
yeah, no, but like that's huge, and be able to do something once in a life like that is huge. Like the closest thing I can relate to is taking my sister to Vegas with me for the archery tournament in February because I planned a trip for her and I for her bachelorette, and it was just her and I going to Black Hawk, having a girls' night, going to gambling a little bit, drinking, having some fun. But her husband, his best man did not plan anything, and the weekend before their wedding was on the Thursday, but the weekend before, his best man decided to go camping with other people and not take him to go camping.
It's a little brutal.
Fuck you, man. Like, come on. So Stevie felt bad and asked to bring Terry with us. So we said, okay.
Right.
Which was great.
Yeah, it's not that big of a
But
thing.
then they went and did their thing, and I just, like, did my own thing the whole time. So we didn't get to do anything. It was not a bachelorette thing at all. At all. So then we went to Vegas. I already bought my tickets. I was already going to go, and I was going to go by myself. And then I had I had a really awesome night, like serving at the Summit. Very generous couple people. And then I was able to buy her a ticket too. And I was like, do you want to go? And she's like, of course I want to go. But then she was like trying to figure out how she can, I know this sounds bad, but how she could pawn her kid off on her husband so she could go to Vegas for a weekend. And it was so great. Oh my gosh. It was the best time. It was the absolute best time.
You gotta do those occasionally. Like that's kind of how it works.
Yeah.
In a married scenario, that kind of shit.
Oh yeah.
Like, hey.
Well, and so I told her, so convenient, she's pregnant because remember I told you that for my 30th we want to go to Mexico. And I'm so glad that she's suddenly pregnant now because she's going to have the baby in like June, July, which means gives a few months. So then the baby's like 3 months old, and then we can like pawn it off on everybody else and we can still go. I'm so excited.
Well, and you have to have those like situations, otherwise it's just not going to work.
Well, and it shouldn't be like a pawn off situation, but yes, you do need
Yeah, it's not like you're fucking leaving for like 2 months.
Oh my God, no.
Weekends or whatever scenario. Like
my god, that's harsh.
Is it?
Yeah, but it's true. But I mean, some people can't do the I have 2 kids by myself kind of thing,
Right.
and some people can't
Well-
can totally do it.
Yeah, but you should figure it out, especially like as a parent. Like it needs to happen sometimes.
Wow,
Yeah.
I would have never thought.
But yeah,
Is there a blog that can prove this theory? Because I've not heard of it. Just kidding.
I tell people that all the time. It's like we see Travis, every Friday, and it's like, for the first year that Dottie was born, basically, like he didn't hang out like at all. I saw him like a couple of times, and then like it was funny. Like it was last November. He like me, Amanda, and Seth were gonna go to a show down in Denver, and fucking Travis calls us on the way to Amanda's house, and he's hammered, just obliterated, like blabbling on about whatever. Like him and McKella are out in like Kansas City, like some of her family or his family, I don't know, but they're out there like, and he's just he thought like the part that they were having a party, so he got like party. He started like that. He went back into that mode. Got like real trash. He called us. And it was a hilarious ass thing. I was like, you got to make some time to like hang out and that kind of stuff.
Yes.
So when he called me in like in like March, he's like, can I come like do the podcast? It's like a fucking chorus. Like I miss you too. You fuck. Like it's one of those things like you have to like schedule those things out. Otherwise like when you
lose yourself.
Exactly. That's the thing is you need to be yourself even with your kids.
Oh
even
yeah.
with your people like there's like that whole like people that like make their kids like the number one.
Yeah, that's not right.
Not right.
It's not right.
You're not doing your kid justice in the scenario at all because you need to be number one in all situations. Number 2 is your wife. Number 3 is all your kids.
Yeah.
That's where that one like sits.
Yep.
So like obviously you have the responsibility and those kind of things for your kids, like make sure they're good, happy, healthy, those kind of things. But you have to be there first, otherwise you can't provide that for them.
Right.
And so like that's why I was like, you just got like let's make the time, like that kind of shit, like. We have to. Otherwise, like you need to like have a date night with like your fucking your significant other and those kind of things. Otherwise, you're just gonna fucking start hating it at some point, and then you're like,
and then you get resentful, and then you hate everything, and then and then things deteriorate. Yeah, it eats your life from the inside out. Ugh. Okay, I have to pee.
Okay. Well, when you're done, I have to go also.
Okay.
I was about to get up, but here we go.
My turn.
I never know what to do. I'm sitting here by myself. That's why I don't have a single person podcast. Can't do it. I don't know how like those people that have the single person podcast operate. I can't just get stuff off your chest. I guess I would need to have like a fucking like itinerary of what I'm doing. We're going to talk about this today. I don't know what to do. Just sit here and look pretty, it's fine. Who's still watching? I think Jack still has us up on YouTube. I wonder what the Miller Time's doing.
Hey, nice city, how are you?
Oh, look at that. We got a Mr. James Brown. How you doing, sir? Hopefully you're having a good night. Like seeing your face come across there. I'll have to come hang out at the shop one of these nights.
What?
Oh, my friend, James. He just commented. He's pretty cool.
What were you mumbling about to yourself out here about podcasts and what?
I don't know how people do it by themselves.
Oh.
I don't understand.
So I've never seen one where people do it by themselves. It's just them talking.
Yeah, like one of the division ones, like Phil Burr, he does one by himself twice a week.
Really?
Yeah, which is super surprising.
Huh.
He's such like a talker, anyways.
He talks so much.
Yeah, I don't know what you want to sell.
hate the text messaging for promos. So annoying. Oh man. Oh, I hate that too. Oh.
There was a single person podcast that I want to do, but it's not like quite the same. I want to do
How's
one.
that?
I had Seth convinced to do it for a little while. I want to do one where we basically just put Seth in front of like a camera and a microphone by himself, but like give him like a list of shit to talk about. He doesn't know anything like what we're going to give him at all.
Like quantum physics.
Yeah,
and then he has to explain quantum
Or
physics.
just like random ass shit. Like that's what I always wanted to do that to him. Just because like when he's talking to himself about shit, it just cracks me up. And I think it'd be
I
so
haven't
funny.
seen him do this.
I think it'd be so funny to like put it like just give him like a list of like random ass shit. Like have like talking points and like a bunch of like other stuff he can like read off. And do it for like an hour a week. Where he's just like a bunch of just random garbage where he's just sitting there talking, because it's basically like I don't like watching podcasts with single people either. Like I don't watch Bill Burr's. I just cannot fucking do it.
Fair.
Like it just I need the banter. The banter always makes me like happy and like,
yes.
that's kind of the thing. Like
all
the podcasts that I watch are typically not informative ones. It just doesn't work.
You don't like TED Talks?
No, I just cannot like listen to somebody tell me shit.
You don't want somebody to tell you how to live your life?
No. Like I remember like several years ago, like somebody's like, "Why don't you like just be like a motivational speaker or whatever?" And I was like, "No." Like, maybe like positive and like these kind of things. Like, and I have like a lot of advice and this kind of shit. And I think if I wanted to do like that way, I probably could be pretty good at that. But like just that standing up on stage, like this is why I always had like an issue like with like stand up and things like that too. Is like it's basically just like me talking. Yeah, I get the jokes and the laughs and that kind of stuff. But like I'm much better when it comes to like the banter back and forth and that kind of shit. Like that's why like we're taking like where I want this to go is like when we start like getting big and like we can travel and do the thing. It's still like we're doing it as like a group of people and we can have some fun with it and like be silly and those kind of things. That's where I want like this to move to. Yes. But I don't think that I could like really transition into stand up on my own without. I'd be very much the crowd work.
Yes.
Comedian.
Well, and I like if I think it would be super fun to do like a live show where it's like banter and it's almost like the blue comedy, like the blue collar comedy tour, like where it's them and they're sitting there talking and doing the thing and they're all like bouncing off of each other. I enjoy that. Like whose line is it anyway? Love that.
So that's kind of like where I want to be in that situation. Mm-hmm. Like I think that I could write the jokes and do the things and get the laughs, but I would definitely be more of the I'm gonna make fun of this person in this, or like get their opinions and like fucking either bounce it off them or whatever. I would be very much the crowd work comedian if I was. There
is a stand up comedian, Jimmy something, but he does crowd work the whole time, and he's a total dick. And then his laugh, he does an inhale laugh. He goes.
It's Jimmy Carr.
Jimmy Carr, yes,
him. His stand is super funny.
He's so funny.
He is a crowd work comedian.
Crowd work comedian, and like raunchy as hell. Like, yes,
it's kind
of in a suit. In a damn suit.
So I would definitely like roll on that way a lot more. And that's where that would have to go if I was going to do that like situation.
I think that's what I really enjoyed about when I was getting into stand up and when Gus was in stand up and all of that is that like there were so many different personality types, and then there were some shows that were just shit, and Gus was just really good at working it. Gus, did you ever meet Gus?
I met him.
I bet you met him at the hookah house.
I think I met him one time.
Yeah, early on, like 2000, probably 10 or something like that.
Right, I think like only the person we were talking about earlier have I met more than like a couple times.
Yeah.
Out of all your boyfriends.
Yeah. Well, and like Gus and I didn't date very long, and it was like when I wasn't hanging out with really anybody.
Right.
But the comedy and all of that stuff going to there were some shows like there was there was a coffee shop in Boulder, and that crowd was amazing. Like the crowd was amazing, and the comics that night, it was a Thursday night, and they were all just on their game. It was really, 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 really good. And then there was a couple venues in Denver that we went to that were awesome as well. But most of the time it was like Monday nights and crap shoots, and then like nobody would laugh, and there would just be so many awkward things. And there's like some poor comics that just like could not catch a break for a second. And then they just give up, and I feel so bad.
Well, and that's kind of thing is you just can't.
But I also always laugh. I laugh at everything. So I was like, oh, and you still gave up? Like, I've got a great laugh. Like, come on.
Well, and that's like part of the thing too, is like even when it's like a comedian that's like not like, not a top 2 comedian or whatever.
Yeah.
And like, but you're in a room with like other people that just like laugh at everything, that makes it so much better. Like for you as an audience member and as them, it's like that's like I hate people that go to like comedy shows and just sit there and like,
and they're so judgmental. Like, that was one thing that I did struggle with, like, going, because some people, like, the whole crowd was only other stand-ups waiting for their turn.
Right.
To, like, practice whatever they were doing. And so they weren't even part of the crowd. They weren't even actually actively involved. And, like...
Yeah, and that makes it difficult, too.
Yeah.
And, like, those are the people, like, that don't go anywhere, for one.
Yeah.
Because, like, the thing is, like, to be, like, in comedy, you need to be a fan of just comedy anyways.
Yeah.
So if you're not, like, getting along with other comics and that kind of shit, like, you're not doing it right.
Right.
Like, one of the times, like, I thought, like, for sure, and I think I've told this story, too, before, it was me and Wingate also, where, like, I thought about, like, really heavy. I was like, maybe I should, like, do this. And that's kind of, like, where I kind of, like, thought of this and, like, that kind of shit was, like, we went to this comedy show. It was, like, a Wednesday night at the Aggie. And it was, like, all these, like, 1 minute, like, sets from like 90 comics or whatever.
Oh, fun.
So like 2 people had like 5-minute sets, but like it was like 90 sets. And then this after party at Tony's upstairs, and there were, again, nobody, since it was a Wednesday, nobody in the crowd went for the most part, but like me and Wingate went, and then it was just a pile of these comics that were on stage.
Right.
And we're sitting there like, we're not even paying attention to any of them. And I know like a few of the people that were up there or whatever.
Yeah.
But, like, we just weren't, like, they were all in their groups or whatever, and we're just kind of, like, me and him, sit at the bar, we're just having a me and Wingate time. We're having a good fucking time. And about an hour into it, I kind of, like, look around for, like, a minute, because we had, like, it was just so, like, we're just part of our own shit, being wild and outrageous. And everybody's, like, standing around us, and I'm all, what the fuck is going on right now? They had, like, gravitated towards us, like, all these, like, people that were just on stage, and all their crew, they're like, are you...
I wonder how many of them used what you were talking about as part of their new material.
I have no idea. It's very, very possible. But yeah, like, we were just like having a good time. I was like...
Yeah.
So then I was like, oh, now it's like... Then I started like bringing everybody in the situation and like having a ball of a time. Like, when like... And then I was the center of attention, like, me and Wingate just being silly. And I was like, oh, maybe I could do something with this. I know that I'm entertaining and that kind of shit. Like, I already knew that prior, but like... I didn't think it was like this, where it was like, these people are striving to be like these people, and I'm like, I'm just funny apparently, and it's okay.
My name's Dick, I'm funny.
And it's one of those like moments where like, you just like, and that's kind of like, the mindset of this started like coming through, like maybe I should start pushing like.
I feel like we should do a dick roast for your birthday.
Alright.
We do a podcast dick roast. And everybody just spits some lines. Of just funny. Everybody can do their own comedy little thing and then give you a little shit. Because, I mean, you can't give Dick too much shit. Unless you're gay.
I'm down again. Like, I'm good with the rest of the scenario. You can say whatever the fuck you want about it. People that get like butthurt about like roast stuff, I'm like, shut up.
Oh my gosh, I know. Didn't our president or his brother?
Eric's been the blunt of my comedy for his entire life, which is...
Ooh, Eric, you got a few weeks. You got some good time to come up with some material.
I I love having Eric when he's on here too, because he's so fun to like
Yes.
just be around. Anyways, like I
Yes.
love my brother anyhow, but like
It's so good.
he is super fun to be around. Like you are super fun to be around, that kind of stuff. Because again, I can give him shit, and he's not gonna be like, poor me, like. But if he was that way, there'd be a problem. But there's been times where I can just like see in his face, like he's like, just shut the fuck up right
Yeah.
now, stop.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know, like I love when he's around because it's like you know, last week when like during that fart scenario, and he was just like he just continued talking while you and Travis are just laughing out the. You are capping off of you. You're trying obvious and oblivious. But he just like totally just continued talking about whatever the fuck he was talking about. Did not give a shit what you guys were doing at all. And
But Travis and I just like looked at each other. That was good.
It was super.
That
funny.
was so good. I love that. I love that. Do you need a beer?
I'm good still.
Okay.
But yeah, like those like are the kind of things where it's like, you know, the people I like to keep around are people that can like play with the punches and like swing some out too. Like again, it's not like a fucking one-way street. I'm not the person that's gonna dish it out and then be butthurt when like somebody like shoves it my way.
Aww.
But like there's a few people that are around there like that. I'm like, ugh, stop. If you're gonna get made fun of here, you know it's gonna happen. Just know that you'll be okay.
Pretty sure they have Band-Aids. Or beer.
Right, and that's what someone too is like, for a long time people were like, well, dude doesn't like me, and it's like, no, like if I talk to you and I give you shit, that means I like you because
Right.
I don't want.
When did you consider me a friend?
Man, it was pretty early, honestly, because you were just so interactive. Like you were pretty easy to like get along with, anyways. So like that motion, I don't think there was like a specific like. Bam time. It was like like you were just like at the shop parties and like those kind of things, and like you were hanging around, and so I think that like as far as like when I considered you a friend, it didn't take that long.
No.
I mean it was probably
Yeah.
like 6 or 7 months in there too, because like again being in the NARG all the time makes it really easy. So it's like when you come in and like you actually like gave a shit about like me and those kind of things. Like that's usually like when I'm like. When it's not just like small talk and those kind of things, when you actually like know something and you actually you remembered it or whatever it is, like, those are the time frames that really matter to me as like a friend like scenario, like people like care about me and like what I'm doing and not just because I'm there entertaining them.
Right.
So like that's typically like that is probably. I mean, you worked at the NARC for what, 3 years?
Two or some? I don't know.
2 or 3 years.
2 or something. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and the thing is with you too is you don't. Again, since you're so like upbeat and this kind of thing, you track people anyways, regardless of that situation.
Yeah.
So it's like, I may not be the person like gravitates toward that like generally.
Sure.
But like you make it very hard not to be your friend.
Good.
So yeah, it's one of those like things like it's one of those like. I don't know if I can like pinpoint the scenario like the way that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
But like I don't, there's plenty of things that I can say in there like that like I can think about again like when you learned my actual name and you were like fucking mad about it like that was probably 7-8 months in.
Yeah.
To be honest.
And I was genuinely upset.
Yeah. You're like, why did I know your actual name? For one, you weren't doing your job. I didn't do that.
I was too. Just like not the most important 10%.
And that's fair too. But again, like part of that comes down to is like I like me and like my group of friends were kind of like the
you guys owned the bar.
Kinda, yeah. It was like a very much like
if you guys are not good to us, you're fucked.
Right. It was like very much like people like
it was this mafia thing. Let's be real.
People like were like they would like always like all the new employees were like they're fucking scary and like all this, and none of us gave a shit at all.
No, and then and then when I would train people, I'd be like, listen, you take care of them, or I will cut you.
Right. So yeah, I don't actually know. Like I wouldn't say like like a specific like moment made me your friend.
Yeah.
Necessarily, it was just you were there all the time, and then like when it came to like to when you were able to hang out and those kind of things, you just came around.
Yeah.
So like, it made it very easy, and like that was like a lot of our friendships too in that time frame. You look at like it's funny. Like I was talking about with Gaba, like when Evan was here the first time.
God, I miss Gaba.
He messaged me today about I'll tell you about it. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. Okay.
He wanted to throw a going away party for E&G.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, can we throw a going away party for my friend? I didn't know E&G.
Okay.
So, but I was like, yeah, whatever, we're throwing parties anyway, so it might as well just be a going away party. Right. So I met E&G that night, and then every time he came back, he just always come and hang out with me.
Yeah.
So it was one of those I didn't even know this fucking person that I threw a party for.
Yeah.
Because that's what we were doing. And everybody was invited. We just always made it that way. We rarely had issues at I think the worst time we had a problem at one of the hookah bar parties that we threw was I threw that party and we had all the kids from Hypnotic and shit come up.
Okay.
And that's when that hookah bar was open. Mm-hmm. So all of them come up, and that's when Shauna and Evan were being shitty to one another.
Oh yeah.
And that was and half of them were on Shauna's side, and all the people from up here were on fucking or all the people on Shauna's side were up here, here, and then all the kids that knew Evan from Hypnotic and all that shit were fuck all you guys. We're get the fuck out of here, you dumb bitches.
Right. Oh wow.
That was the only problem that we really had all the time, because everybody was just always invited. And
right.
We didn't, as long as you weren't causing problems, it was never an issue.
We were so blessed with all of our friends, with everything. We had the time of our lives. It was so great. I think the me getting mad about your name is when you realize that I gave a whole lot about you.
Right.
And you're like, oh, I'm not just a narc dick.
Yeah, that's
because I know I
so
genuinely
put a moment on it. That was probably it.
Okay. Because I also remember you coming in regularly, and it was just you and me in the afternoon, because I worked an afternoon shift usually, and then into the evening, and then I'd usually end up covering somebody in clothing. But and then it would be you and me all day long. And so not another dick. Hashtag not another dick. Hashtag most important dick. But no, it was just funny. And you always wore a black V-neck tank top.
It was never a V-neck, but
I
didn't wear V-necks until later.
Well, it was a black tank top. It was always a black shirt, not
Yeah.
tank top. Yeah, t-shirt, tank top. Oh my god,
always
you
a
live in
black
tank top, a V-neck tank top for dick. No,
I totally do it now. Then I would not.
No, yes.
Now I'm whatever. I don't give a flying fuck.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But yeah, then it was always the black t-shirt. And
black
jeans.
t-shirt and jeans.
Yep.
Yep.
That was the end all for me. Then.
Yep. Yeah, I get it.
So yes, I guess if we wanted to put a moment on there of being friends was right there.
Yeah.
Where you gave a shit enough that you didn't know my actual name.
And I was really mad.
Yeah.
I was really mad about it. It's I thought that we were better friends than this. We've had some deep conversations.
Right?
You haven't even told me your fucking name? What kind of CIA agent are you?
I think this is one of those moments, especially at that time, nobody knew anything different. It was just
sure.
So people just thought it was Richard or what? I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
But that was the thing is nobody fucking knew at all my actual name until it's funny on Facebook. And now people ask me still. I had one of Mike's friends popped on. He was like, "Oh, you're the dick that people." I was like, "Yeah."
Oh, you're the dick.
He's all. Do you want to be called that? I was like, I don't give a fuck. I get that all the time. There's people that I meet that they're like, I won't call you that. And I was like, why?
Yeah.
I introduced myself as it. How is this a problem?
I know.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios again. I would say that's when we became actual friends scenarios.
Yeah.
We actually
yeah.
we're mad about that scenario.
Yeah. Yeah, that's blood brother thing. That's
Yeah, it's pretty much again you make it pretty hard for people not to want to be your friends. So.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. I like being friends. Well, and I have a lot of people that I consider friends, and I don't you only go as deep as they're willing to, because when you're you're similar to me in the sense that I will be your deepest friend, or not.
Right.
But like,
Yeah, it doesn't hurt my feelings either
no,
way.
no. But I just want you to know that no matter what, like, you're loved. Like, most
Right.
important thing. Yeah. I mean, even like people that have not been good to me. If they called me in the middle of the night and they were like they needed something, I'd be there.
Right.
Within reason. Maybe I'd send an Uber, but you know,
I'm very much the same way.
Yeah.
Like all the people that have like done me wrong or whatever, I'm like I don't like hate people.
No.
Typically, like
who do you hate?
Probably, I could probably name. You wouldn't know any of them. There's people like that I hate.
Yeah.
And it's mostly because of the way they like fully took advantage of the situation. And one of them was a coworker who stole like fucking like
Sucks.
$7,000 from me.
Ooh.
And
not
another
cool.
one was like my boss that stole like 3 G's from me when I worked at Spradley here in town. Fuck Bob Silcox. Other people know him and I hate him too, so there's not. This fat fuck. If you got hit by a truck, I'd be okay with it, to be honest. Like that's because he treated everybody poorly.
Ooh.
It wasn't like just me. It was like.
How old is this guy now?
I mean, he's probably in his 50s now. Like
Perfect.
Late 50s, but
Perfect.
nobody that's known him for an extended period of time likes him.
I can arrange a heart attack.
He's a big. That's surprising. He's a big boy.
I know. It can be easily arranged.
But
you just set the stage.
But in the end game, like I really don't like. I don't want those things to happen.
No,
but
I know.
I definitely wouldn't be like upset by it. Like, oh, the world finally caught up to him. Kind of situation. Like it's more like that because they treated everybody poorly. All
That
this
sucks.
stuff, and then I just happen to also be in the middle of that situation. And again, I hate the term like. It's only like I think about it, and I'm like, fuck that guy. Like, I don't like going around like in my brain like fuck these people.
Yeah.
Because this isn't how I operate.
No.
Like,
Yeah.
people that were my friends that like I decided that should no longer be my friends. I wish them all the best and be happy and healthy and do their thing. Like I'm not about like that situation
Right.
where it's like, oh, I hope they like fucking go eat rocks somewhere or something.
No.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Because like there's nothing in my body that says that I need to put time and effort into that shit because it's too much effort to like.
Right. Even
For
the
me to
people that
hate
I've hated the that I've struggled with the most, like I don't wish anything ill on them.
Right.
At all. And it's really hard, like really it's hard, like when people really like cut you deep, it's pretty cool to not wish ill.
Right.
Because I've been very close to being like making phone calls and people being dead.
Right.
Real quickly.
We
like,
know these people.
like the whole Yellowstone thing where, people just, have you seen, oh, you haven't seen Yellowstone? Okay,
No,
well, if you.
But I know about it.
Yeah. That's, yeah.
So yeah, it's one of those things. Like again, like, and part of this again, I've been friends,
Taking people to the train station.
I was friends with some questionable people.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Where like, if I really wanted something like bad to happen, I could like ask this person, and be like, oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And whereas
Bad things can happen real easy.
Yeah, I don't wish that.
I'm a law-abiding citizen.
I only am because I'm sitting at home, to be honest. But yeah, I don't wish like ill will upon pretty much anybody, even the people that have done me like the worst. Like
Yeah. That's
I
so
just-
good.
You just really, again, it's
It
way
just
more.
makes, it hurts so much more.
I don't understand these people that like do that, like the crazy like exes that you see like videos.
Oh
of
my
and shit,
God, yeah.
Where they're like busting windows out, like doing like crazy. I'm like, how do you have this much energy for that much anger towards somebody?
Or like, then, and it's over.
Yeah.
Like,
What are you doing?
What are you-
I saw like this, like it was like this TikTok where like it starts with like this girl like smashing this dude's window like in this truck, and he's like, yeah, it was like fucking, and she's like going like ape shit, and I was like, holy fuck, like, I
man.
don't want any of that energy whatsoever.
No.
Like,
oh man. Well, and then the whole, like, the Carrie Underwood song, like, Carrie Underwood, like, I'd put my name into
like that's so wild to me that you're gonna put that much energy into like hurting somebody or doing something where I'm like,
like, and
it makes them so much more angry when you just don't even respond, when you don't do shit to it, when you're like, whatever. They're so much more angry. Like, anybody that I decide that I don't want to, like, be around anymore or whatever, like, I won't be, like, mean to them or whatever. Like, I have a story that I won't tell on the podcast, but it's recent, too.
okay. I'm all
Or, like,
ears.
this person, like, like, wanted to, like, continuously tries to be like my friend, but I'm just like, they're not, like, actively doing it, but, like, anytime that they see me, they're like, hey, talk to me. Like, I don't want to anymore. I don't want to be a part of that whatsoever anymore. Again, not because I'm, like, wishing, like, ill will. I just know it's not good for me. I don't need that situation. And that whole day that, like, we were, like, in a similar vicinity, I just kind of, like, ignored. Like, I didn't, like, I was like, hey, like, thank you, or whatever, like, hi, like, that kind of shit. But it wasn't like, I was like, yeah, like, let's talk about what's going on in life. I'm not doing that with this person. So it was like, when they realized that, like, they got so fucking mad, like, the whole day. And I'm like, you didn't even know I was going to be here anyways. Why are you so fucking mad? Like, what is the fucking point? It's just like, I'm just not going to be a part of the situation. It makes everybody so much more mad when you just ignore their situation fully. And it's like, I have no ill will. See you later. Like, and it's not because, like, I dropped you hard. Like, it wasn't like, the course of, like, you did one thing and, like, go fuck yourself. It was like a consistent, like, you just continuously didn't really try to be, a friendly person. And so it was like, see you later. And it's one of my favorite things to do is just not even just engage with it. I'm not giving you anything.
I know. Well, and it's so funny, like, watching you do that. Like, you would do that at the hookah bar all the time. And I loved watching you do that. Because, like, and then eventually somebody would be like, why don't you talk to me? And you're like, and then you would tell them.
Yeah.
Exactly how it is. And then they would be so offended that you were just honest.
Right.
Which I just was so shocked that they would be offended that you were just being honest and calling them out on the fact that they were just being lackluster human beings and they should be better than that.
Right. Yeah, and it's, again, and, like, typically, like, people that, I don't want to be friends with, they didn't really do anything, like, one specific thing that was, like, super harsh or whatever. There is a few.
Sure.
But, like, typically it's an overtime scenario where I'm like, I've just kind of learned that, like, you're not really in it to, like, be partners in this friendship. So it's like, why am I doing everything?
Right.
So I'm just going to stop doing it. And it's...
Right.
And sometimes, depending on the person, like, if, one time they were, like, heavy into this, I talked to them about it, they continuously didn't do that, then I was not a part of it.
Right. Right.
But yeah, it's satisfying in my own right, to me, but I'm like, I'm just not going to engage. I'm not going to be mean to you. I'm not going to be like fucking whatever. Right. I'm not going to give in to, like, that, like, situation.
Oh my gosh, you just feel like, oh my gosh, and then you just get bitter. It just, like, builds. It literally builds. It's like a little ball of yarn, and it just keeps spinning and spinning and spinning, and then you just have this, like, giant ball of yarn that's just taking up space in your heart. Like, you don't need that.
No,
you don't need that. And then you become a road rager. Like, it
well,
ends up.
I've been a road rager my life.
Oh man.
Like, I road rage on my fucking bicycle. So God.
Oh my gosh, my sister. Okay, so my sister is, like, not a total introvert. Like, soft, quiet. You look at her, she looks like a porcelain doll. Like, you're like, oh, she wouldn't hurt a fly. But that girl, like, that. Oh mercy, she is so cute. Like, I would not fuck with her. Like, if you ask an honest opinion about whatever, she'll tell you. So don't ask unless you want to know.
Unless you want to know.
Unless you want to know. But she'll road rage. But then she also has her kid in the car. So Sophia, her new thing is saying fuck in the car. And I guess Stevie and Terry were driving in the car, and they're just driving through traffic. They were going to go get food or something. And so Sophia's in the back seat. She's fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Just making a little song. And Stevie and Terry are in the front seat, and they start hearing it, and they turn the music down a little bit, and they hear her. And Terry's like, Sophia, can you say something else? Sophia. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Well, she doesn't know, like, the actual, like,
no,
reasoning behind
it. Well. But to be fair, like, 2 days before, there was some lady that, like, cut Stevie off or something like that. And Stevie's like, fuck you, old lady. And Sophia's in the back. She's like, yeah, fuck you. Like, little peanut gallery back there.
Well, it cracks me up every time.
The light turns green. She yells, go. Go! It could have just turned green.
Well, you know that worry about sitting in the fucking green light with your kid in the back. Go!
watching my preschoolers this week, and one of them is just a total leader running around the lake. And they're going and they're running and running and running, and then he runs up in front of everybody. He's like, wait, stop, guys, stop! You're going too far. Stop! Just like me, me in little 5-year-old voice, just like guys, like he's just so nice, just telling. You don't realize how much everybody repeats when you're around them. It's just crazy.
They understand. I mean, they may not understand it necessarily, but like that comes in time. Of when they do understand what it is.
Sure.
But again, they repeat all the situations and they know what causes that situation.
Right.
They know the causation. They don't know why that's a problem, but they know what when this is too far or whatever.
Yeah.
This is too much. Mm-hmm. That's what happens. Again, Sophia sees somebody cut mom off.
Yeah.
And she knows that it's too close, but she doesn't understand why. Fuck you, stop. She doesn't understand that portion of it.
No, she knows that's the appropriate response, though.
She doesn't know why it's the appropriate response, but there's a reason for it, for sure.
Oh, yeah, man.
It's definitely a thing where again, and we were talking about dogs earlier, where the reason why your dog is so much when other dogs are around or whatever is because you're the same way.
I know.
Yeah, they definitely pull owners, parents, they pull.
Oh, you're excited? I'm excited too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that works. Adults are the same way too. It's if you're having a good time, it's so much easier to make everybody else have a good fucking time, because if you're having a bad time, it's easier to bring them back down.
We're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. And it's just that group mentality of that's just how that works, and that's the vibe. That's that personal interaction scenario. There's a causation for it. You may not realize it. You may not know that's the case, but this is what's happening.
Right. It's true. I mean, and in my preschool environment, it's pretty obvious that the kids how much they've been able to interpret my environment and my home and all of that stuff, that they just come in and they're very comfortable right away and happy right away and totally they're comfortable to even show all their colors, good, bad, and ugly. They're comfortable enough to know that they can trust me when they're in their hard 3-year-old moment trying to put on their shoes and they're pissed off because the tongue of their shoe is stuck in the bottom of their shoe and they're mad about it, and then and they know that they can get pissed and then top off a cliff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're so funny.
Well, and that's a moment too of it's the don't get mad. You can get mad. Let your kids get mad and be frustrated and that kind of stuff, and make them understand that that's an okay response to these kind of things.
Yeah.
And that will make them more comfortable, and that's why they are comfortable there.
Yeah.
And, I think that when we get everybody comfortability where they are, it makes it easier when it's put their.
Eric Ennis, hi Captain, obviously. It's Captain Obvious here.
Jesus Christ, Patrick.
Just wanted to point out the title.
I kind of want to drive down the street and hit you. Because my cousin lives down the street. He's right over here.
Oh man, you gonna open up a can of worms and pick a fight over chat? Real.
Patrick is also Captain Obvious. They both.
They're very obvious. I'll make pins. That's great.
He's gonna patch.
Yes, I can do that. That's so funny.
This reminds me of a very funny story. So years ago, me and Patrick we're a month and a half apart.
Oh, okay.
So we were both same age.
Cool.
And we went to Boy Scouts together, and his and my MO was when we got to Boy Scouts was that we just kind of we wanted to go camping. We kind of wanted to do a thing or whatever. Patrick stayed a little longer than I did, but one time we're sitting there bickering at each other, basically slapboxing one another. We're just fucking around, being just teenage boys to one another.
Right.
And not anything mean or any of this shit. And one of the other kids went and told the fucking
the boys.
The
Scout's
leaders
leader.
I think it was the scout leader's wife, who was a dumb bitch. We first joined this.
I do love that you side note that you just put in a little nah, fuck you, and
so
he's
I didn't
a dumb bitch, but
so I can get into that a little bit too, and why it was so funny to do it that way. So like goes and tells like this person that we're like fighting or whatever, and they come up to us and like, blah, 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 you can't be fucking doing that, like all this kind of shit. And we're both of us, me and Patrick, were like, what are you? Because he's been like close to me ever since we were 5-6 years old. Like,
Your
we lived
brothers
down the street. Yeah, like it was like we were been around forever and ever, and we're both like, shut up. Like this is how we interact at all times. Like
that's so
this
funny.
is kind of just how we are. Like again, we're both 13 years old at this point. We've grown up for the past like 6-7 years in this together.
We've taken baths together, okay?
Exactly. Like, that's kind of the thing. Like, we little kids, like there's like the shower that he still takes a shower in. We've been in there together as like 6-year-old boys.
Yes, yeah. We've literally had dick measuring contests. I know this.
Before we knew it was a problem. So, yes, exactly that kind of situation. And we're both like, no. We're both like, and it became like a problem. Like they called our parents because we were both like, I'm a mouthy person. I don't take local authority. Patrick's not any different.
So surprising.
Patrick's not any different. So we're like, go fuck yourself, basically. We grew up in a shop together, like all this shit. So like, we're like, stop, leave us alone. And it like was a problem for like the scouts for like a little while. Like I left shortly after that because of you gotta do your badges and all this shit. Like all we want to do is go camping. We don't want to do all this other garbage.
Oh.
Like we're in Boy Scouts to like make friends and go camping. That's it. We don't give a fuck. I didn't give a fuck about any of the other shit. All I want to do was go camping.
You didn't want to learn how to tie knots?
I already knew how to
Captain
do it.
tying knots?
We were in Boy Scouts. Like when you go to scout camp, you do that shit anyway.
Right.
So it was like I didn't care with the badges and all the other garbage go along with it. And I don't really think that Patrick did either.
Yeah.
We were just like,
clearly.
We're just
here to fuck around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we joined that. So like, the reason why that lady was a dumb bitch because her husband was too, and her son.
And then.
Yeah. But like, so when we first joined that scout group, it was like kind of like nationwide known of like how good it was.
Oh, okay.
So like, especially like for being like small town like scenario like this.
And then you guys came in.
Well, no, we came in and it was still fine, but then the scout leader left. But
Okay.
the person that got like voted in like the scout leader, I don't know how. I just think he like forced his way in because like we didn't really like him, and his son was like once he became a scout leader, his son was like, oh, I'm the fucking like man because my dad's a scoutmaster.
Right.
And all this shit, and like dude's wife was such a like always a problem. Always like you're doing it wrong. There was no ever positive reaffirmation, which is kind of a scout thing.
Yeah.
Like, if you're not doing it right, they're like, hey, like, let me help you fix the problem. Or she would just say, you're doing it wrong. And she wouldn't be a part of it. And it's like, there's a reason why I'm like, dumb bitch. It's like, that literally, them taking over, like, the controls of that, ruined that whole troop. That troop didn't last for, like, 3 or 4 more years as, like,
that
a prominent
sucks.
troop, yeah. So it was, like, one of those things where we're like, we went from, like, this, like, a waiting list scenario. Like, if you didn't come in this Cub Scouts, you couldn't join this as you moved up unless like you were on this list and somebody didn't join from like this Cub Scout scenario that we started in.
No.
It was like one of those, like there's a waiting list, like so like when they like did that, they went from being like fully packed to like no membership because of like how poor they ran because of again those reasons. Like Scout's son when he was like I remember like we almost got like into like a physical fight at like Bendo Latour up here in like in Red Feather, like physically where I'm like, you need to stop whatever the fuck you're doing, like, and I like left like not long after that. I was like, not a part of it.
Oh man. I did Girl Scouts for like a couple weeks, and then it was my family's turn to bring snack, and I never went back. That's all I got with that.
And a lot of Girl Scout troops are not quite the same. Like,
oh my god, absolutely not.
Like the one that my aunt, like his mom ran, like they ran also a pretty prominent one. Like,
oh, cool.
You know, she like did it. Like me and Patrick went to Girl Scout camp sometimes with them.
Oh, cool.
Like that kind of shit. Like
that's cute. Did you wear dresses?
Like, no.
Oh.
We were just kind of like we would do our own shit, and like they would like do their Girl Scout stuff. But like we like
you go camp and do your thing.
We'd go with them. Like it was many times we did that. Like that's actually that's part of the reason why I know Paul actually is because Paul's mom was also part of the Girl Scouts because like Paul's sister's the same age as I am.
Okay.
And so Paul's mom and his sister was part of the Girl Scout troop that my aunt ran and that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
So my aunt, my other cousin, they did that shit. And so Patrick actually met Paul before I did. And then when we were racing RC cars, Paul saw Patrick, so then they started hanging out. and then that's how me and Paul became friends.
Right. Okay.
So, because like I knew Paul's sister, I didn't know they were related until like several years after knowing.
Right. That's
to be
yeah.
honest. But yeah, so like that's like, so like we would go like do like sometimes with them to like Girl Scout camp and like do that kind of shit with them. It was typically like a weekend camp scenario. It wasn't like the week long ones, but like it was like those scenarios like we were just kind of there like hanging out. So Girl Scouts aren't typically like that though. We're like they're very much like the clothes at home, like they did like all that stuff. Whereas in Boy Scouts, it was generally like go camping, do your shit, like extra stuff. Like there was the weekly things, but it was more of like planning to like do other shit.
Right.
Whereas Girl Scouts don't typically do that.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I was only there for a few weeks. I don't know.
Well, it depends on when you were there too, because like like the Boy Scouts, like you start as like a Cub Scout, and like that's where like it dwindles off the people that don't want to be a part of it.
Right.
And then Boy Scouts is like more of like there. Where Girl Scouts, you kind of stay in it the whole time.
Right.
And it's not until like you're like, junior year in high school that they start like actually like doing like adventure shit. And by that time, most of the Girl Scouts are gone already.
Right. Huh. Well, that's dumb.
Well, and that's how at least it used to be. I don't know how it is now because I
don't either.
That was fucking 20.
I don't know.
God,
I've always thought
20 years ago. Jesus
one of my
Christ.
dreams is to have a nonprofit of like a camp, and to have just like cool property where it's boys and girls, and it's alternating weeks. Because
Right.
you know what happens at camp. But like, I would have something like that, and it's just like outdoors and fun and all of that deeper connection,
Right.
good stuff.
Well,
I've always thought that would be cool, but I also never had the opportunity to go to camp or anything like that.
that's fair. Yeah, it's cool, like, and that's one of those things like too for me. Like, I was talking to somebody like the other day where I was like, I'm very much like I don't like the when people like come down and they're like, oh, your man cave's no. I was like, I don't like that term. Because like I want like it's not like I want everybody to be like invited at all times, and I think it's part of the reason again like we went to Girl Scouts, like like my aunt, my mom would come to Boy Scout stuff, like this kind of thing. Like we would just like put it together. I always hate like that separation, whereas like why wasn't there just like scouts and you were just like, together, and, like those kind of things?
Yeah.
Because there's so many people, and I think that's like a big change in the past like 20, 30 years too. Because you look at like women, like our parents' age, they really didn't do like the same shit that like we did.
Sure.
Like the same ways. Like they may have partied and like whatever, but it was like, when they were like, it was like girls and guys and they were kind of separate.
Right.
And I think that's very much like, it's changed with our generation a lot.
A lot. Well, and I think a lot of that has to do with birth control.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because there's so much more, like, there's less scare of a child.
Right.
I mean, people are sexually charged all the time. So, like, of course, they had to have a lot of separation because boys and girls,
well, and they were afraid of talking about it, too.
They were so afraid to talk about anything.
So, like, it wasn't just like, it was don't do this, don't do this, don't do this.
Right.
And then, that teenage angst, which is everybody gets, which is like, I want to do something different that's not just what's here.
Right.
And when you're told, like, that's bad,
but how bad is it?
And then you're like, oh, this is
bad. Actually great.
Yeah. So, like, that's kind of the jam with that one, I think, is like, they separated out because they were afraid, they didn't know how to talk about it, they didn't know how to put it together.
Right.
And I still see that, like, in people around, where it's like, you're around this person all the time, like, all this stuff, and it's like, that's not happening, it's okay.
Right.
And, it happens that way.
Yeah. I don't know,
But I've always been, like, again, I've been friends with, I would say I'm an equal scenario of, like, friends, like,
I would say
girls and guys, and, like, that's always been what it's been.
Yep.
Like, I don't think
well, and I have an older half brother, and so all my first friends were all dudes. Like,
right.
So then I didn't have the best relationship with my dad growing up. So then having good guy friends was really good for me. Girls weren't easy to connect with all the time because girls can be shady and catty and dumb. And so but I do like now as a woman, like I have a lot of good woman friends, and they're not just my age. They're younger, they're older, they're all over the map.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that I don't know that having a balance between guy and girlfriends are really important for everybody.
Well, and it gets you like like a full like different perspective. Like I see like I'll see like certain things like I'll hear like one way or the other, and I'm like, like you said, like earlier, girls can be catty. It's like dudes are just as bad.
They are.
Like easily, like when it comes to like problems, like I think part of the thing is like when it comes like when we're joking around those kind of things, like it's easier for men to not take it personally because we've just constantly been part of that always. Yeah. Whereas like a lot of women like have problems when you are that person that, well, I'm gonna fucking hit this joke, and they're like, why are you telling me bad, mean things? And it's like, I didn't think I was like anything because again, you grew up with guys, so it works that way, more so. Whereas like, but like when those feelings are hurt, I think that girls are easier to talk about it with it when you when you do actually like hurt their feelings or those kind of things. Yeah. Whereas generally like men typically are like, fuck that guy. Once that actually like that line is actually crossed, and there's also like one of those things too, like like I can like. There's people like like I could fight with, like I could like piss at them or whatever, like they're my friends, but I'm still mad at them or whatever reason. And then like 20, 30 minutes later, I'm okay, they're okay, and men typically have once you've like gone through that, then it's like let's just have a shot and just put it over. Where women tend to think about it longer and those kind of things. And I think part of that comes down to is like women overall, like growing up, especially like our age, I think it's changing, but you don't really like weren't taught the hobbies to like get your brain off of like other shit. Like I know like a lot of like women, the reason why they're so dramatic and all this kind of things is because they never had a hobby to like bring their brain off it or something for them to think about other than what's going on in their lives. And I've noticed that like over time, like people that don't have hobbies or things that they can do, they generally stay more angry with other people. Are very emotional. Yeah. Emotionally and they charged, pull that drama out and they have to talk back and they have to say something because they're not putting their energy at something else. Where it's like, for me, and this is one of the reasons why like I'm so easy to get along with, is that like if I'm mad at you or mad at something, I'll just start doing something else. Like I'll think about it. Like it's not like it goes away, but like I'll do something different. And that's a big difference. And like it wasn't the past like 20, 30 years where women had a hobby and do something different with their lives. Versus like prior to that, they had cleaning and tea. Yeah, that's what they had. And so like their jam is kind of the give me the tea, like talk to me about the drama, what's going on, versus like talking about doing something. Right. And so anybody and guys are the same way too, like people that don't have hobbies now, and that's why like guys get like so into sports and that kind of shit, because that becomes their life because they're not doing anything else. Okay. Yeah, and that's just something that I've noticed over time. Like people that have hobbies, that do stuff, that do other things, they're not as dramatic. They're not thinking about like all these problems and why this person's a piece of shit, like because they said whatever they fucking said. Right. Because their energy goes somewhere else. Right. Right. Yeah. I think that was one thing that I really enjoyed about my last relationship is that we didn't. Well. I was really encouraged to find hobbies, and I found really good hobbies. And the hobbies that I found actually ended me starting a business, ended up in that realm, which was awesome. And before that, I didn't realize how important it is to have hobbies, because all I knew was to work. And so from the emotional stuff from growing up, I knew that I was taught that working is a hobby, in a way, is an outlet. And so then I just worked all the time, and then I didn't know things that I enjoyed, and I didn't have time to invest in things that I enjoyed. And so then, as I've gotten older, I've realized how important hobbies and finding things that you enjoy is, and maintaining that. Because I enjoy a lot of stuff, but maintaining and doing all those things, it's important. It's very, very, very important. And women, unfortunately, have been stifled in how hobbies are definitely were a man thing. It was a huge thing. Totally a man thing. So if it was outside of decorating that, that's why again women even to this day, people our age are very much they want to decorate for everything, every holiday, all these jams. This is why I make money though. Right. So but that's the reason why those became their hobbies. That's why they get so involved with that and those kind of things. Versus maybe something that they may enjoy more so than that, but that's just kind of what they were like taught to do because their mom did it, their
Right.
grandma did it, those kind of things. So like, and that's what like I like to see. Like again, Amanda was brought up a very different way. You were brought up a different way too.
Right.
But like, it took a little longer for you to realize that it wasn't just work that you could do.
Right.
Whereas
right.
like Amanda like learned that we could have like she's plays video games.
Yeah.
She learned to run, like all these kind of things. Like
Yeah.
to do like all this fun shit, including work as still an outlet.
Right.
Those kind of things. Like
Right.
if I'm like feeling like real shitty, I know that if I can get down and like pound out some fucking spreadsheets, I'll usually like stop worrying about like the bullshit. Like even as like
Right.
a desk job scenario. So like, but women overall for generations just didn't do that because they weren't taught anything different. They weren't
Allowed.
told they could. Yeah, they weren't allowed. They weren't told that they could do something
Right.
that's outside of that.
Right.
And so like our generation's the start of that change where like a lot of like there's a lot of female YouTube creators that like do like cool shit, and like if it wasn't for that outlet, what would they be doing?
Right.
Because it wasn't a thing that they were allowed to know that they could do something different.
Right.
And it wasn't until like the internet kind of really there's a lot of problems with the internet, but there's a lot of good in it too. Much
Right.
like I was telling somebody the other day where it was like our the way we look at people, like attractiveness and things like that, have changed over the past like 20, 30 years because of the internet, because we learned that not everybody looks like a fucking Victoria's Secret supermodel. Not everybody on Men's Health is going to be this way. Like you can be a healthy person without having all that shit. You can be attractive without being this specific way. Though it wasn't until we saw that we could see that our opinions on like what could be attractive is okay.
Yeah.
So like, and that's where like again like the hobbies and like all those things where it's like, hey, like I'm glad that you like doing this other thing, this kind of shit, because like you doing your wood shit like 25 years ago, it would have been
Not have been allowed.
yeah, and like at all. It just wouldn't be. No way would take you seriously whatsoever. And
No.
and you still have, I'm sure, have issues with that.
Oh, completely.
So
Yep.
it's much like no, I can do it too. Like it's not
Yeah.
like it's fucking like
Yeah.
you're not like rolling 200-pound boulders around.
No,
You can work on wood. It's okay.
Exactly. Yeah, I could push out a child and do that. It's
Right.
crazy. I know.
So and that's kind of the thing.
And
like,
I could also clean the kitchen in the same day.
right?
So crazy.
So and that's one of those like things like being like self-sufficient while also being able like to do more shit
Right.
is crazy. Like, and I always hate like the dumb dad thing like on like sitcoms, that kind of shit.
Sure.
Where it's like, no, that's
Right. I know.
like, it makes no sense because like people like like when I was like a kid, like I would babysit or whatever kind of
Yeah.
just because like I had Eric and Amanda anyway, so like
Right.
my mom was like like he'll just babysit or whatever, and so
Yeah.
I babysit like tons of kids, and like as a teenager people were like, no you fucking didn't, and I was like, yes I fucking did.
Yeah. Right.
It's like it was just a normal situation.
Right.
So like that, like the stereotypes, like obviously have like a comedic relief character in your show is fucking great. Do your dumb guy.
Right.
And we all know a dumb guy.
We
It's like
know
your
a
fucking,
few.
like,
Yeah.
your conversation earlier in that beer scenario. Where it's like this guy was dumb. Like
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I asked him. I was like, so what will so the life that you're living, like what's going to satisfy you? Like where are you at? He could not even try to answer.
I don't know if you could ask me that question. So that's not a very good.
I know, but I just wanted to at that point.
Give me some,
I'm not gonna lie.
ideas.
This was the third question I asked because I was like, it was so quick in the fact that you have no rocks in your brain or
Right.
colors or
Something like, is there like a moral compass here, or is it just you live to live?
I'm surprised
Like
you're
not like,
breathing.
you're living, like you're having a good
Yeah,
time.
yeah, like you're existing.
Yeah.
High five.
Yeah, like that's the bare minimum. Cool.
And it makes me curious. Like, I don't know. You and I both don't come from like a super privileged background.
No.
So when I encounter people who have lived a pretty privileged life, it's interesting
Right.
how lost in direction of their own existence they live in.
Right.
Like,
You know, it's one of those things though. Like
And it just makes me like I wonder, like how can I help you? Do you know what I
Right.
mean?
Well, no, I definitely get that a lot too. Like, there's some people that like I interact with like on a semi-regular basis where I'm
Yeah.
like, how do you operate? Like,
Do you know
you're-
which way the toilet paper roll goes?
That's a. Well, that's okay. So, maybe I wouldn't put it that way, but the people that like the toilet paper like finishes and they leave the roll on there, and then like there's a trash can right near it or
Right there.
and you're like just like rolling it out, and it's like it takes 15 seconds, like to think about it and to do it.
I know.
Where like it's like those people where I'm like, you can't even do that basic like motion of like it's right there. You just finished it. There's a roll here. Now put it on there.
I've dated a few of them.
I don't
That's so sad.
stop it.
Don't admit that on live TV.
just stop. But like that was the joke that was happening before too there. Different way. But yeah, it's one of those things where like I'll tell people like at my job they're very nice people, but
They're very nice people.
they're very nice people.
So
I'm not
nice. Like the
there's sometimes,
nicest.
Like, I'll put something and like write it, and I'll write it out.
They're
and
so
it's-
nice.
There's no other way.
Are you trying to say that they're pretty? They're very pretty people. So pretty.
Yes. I don't see how some people like operate like on like a daily basis when you're like explaining basic ass shit. Like when you're like, you've worked this job for 3 years and you've asked me this 17 times.
How do I take a screenshot?
I'm like, I did a test today where it was like add a product to the site, and literally like they gave me all the information, which is fine, but it's one product, and literally anyone that's worked in it, I could show you how to do this in probably 2 minutes. I did it in like a minute and a half.
Oh, of course.
But
Yeah.
like, you know, like they're like, oh, this should take an hour to add this one product. You gave me the description, the price, and the picture, and you didn't tell me like one portion of it, which is fine because I already like know there's like 4 like
Right.
categories or whatever. It can go as I can read.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I'm
But like,
yeah.
why?
I'm not as
they,
pretty.
They took more time to type that out and put that in a task than it would be for them to just actually do it.
I know.
And it's like, you've done this, you've been here for longer than I have, and you can't do like this basic ass shit. Like, and that's what the people I wonder, like, do you know how to like clean the dust out of the back of your fridge? Probably not. Like,
Ooh,
you know, like
doubt
the
it.
fucking the vents.
The
Like,
vent, yeah.
people don't ever do that,
I know.
and it baffles me that they don't ever do that.
I know. I know.
It's like those are like those basic like life skills that I'm like, when your car like takes a little longer to start today because it's cold, do you understand why it takes longer to start because it's cold? Or like it's just one of those like scenarios where I'm like, these like to me it's very basic. Where I'm like, I don't know like how you feed and clothe yourself every day. Those kind of people.
Yes.
Like that's what like very much like the toilet paper like.
Those
take
are
it
the
off.
people that paid people like us to do it for them.
Yeah, I guess so. And then they're mad that we want money for it.
They're so
Well, you don't know how to fucking do it. So
Why don't you? Why are you charging me like a lot of money to do this? Well, because dumbass, it shouldn't take a rocket scientist to do this.
Right?
But because you're asking me to do it, I'm gonna charge you the price of a rocket scientist.
Exactly. Somebody was talking about like they were like consulting, like they were like, yeah, I think it'd take like this for like me to like consult like this. And I was like, it was like $35. I was like, $35 an hour to consult? Go eat a dick. Like, I'll pay you $35 to do nothing. Kind
Right.
of situation where it's like, if you want like to be like revered in your what you're actually good at, like you're $100. Stop pretending that you're not worth that.
Oh my
like,
gosh.
And like that makes sense. You don't maybe not know what you're worth in like outside of your job, which I think most people like need to realize like they're worth more than their job typically.
Right.
Maybe not most, some. Some people. Yeah, like you're worth more than that, and it's like,
Right.
you know, like it's just funny to me where people, again, I don't know how some people like get up and like put cereal on their bowl, like kind of situation where I'm like, I talk to you every day.
You put the milk first, right?
People do that.
I know. I know.
Like, you know that's how you make a mess, right?
I did that one time, and then I realized it was dumb. I was 6 years old.
Right? You fill your bowl what you think it should be.
I think I want this much milk. This is what it usually looks like. This is usually my milk line when the cereal's in it. So I'm just going to pour the milk first because somebody else is using the cereal right now.
Right? And then you're like, oh, wait.
Oh, look.
Now I can put not as much cereal in, and now I'm eating for fucking 3 people because you have so much fucking milk.
I have to have 4 bowls of cereal because I have so much milk.
Yeah, people do that.
I know.
I don't get it.
I know.
It's like the people that like eat fries and like dump a bunch of ketchup on top. Like, because they're like doing fried nachos or some bullshit. I like, obviously nachos make sense because you like make it all like melty together. But like, you don't do that with ketchup and fries. Like, people that just pour it on top, I'm like, why?
Oh, man.
What are you doing?
Oh, man.
That's the Saudi mentality there, though.
No, I had a high school boyfriend that was
Some peaches there.
As I lived in Georgia, I dated some peaches. No, but he loved ketchup. Like, didn't eat anything unless there was ketchup.
That is ridiculous.
You know, that lasted a couple weeks in high school. We went putt-putting. We had some cheeseburgers. We had some chicken tenders. He had too much ketchup. It was over. It was...
Too much ketchup is... like, I know people that like ketchup,
But like ketchup, like all over everything.
Like, I know people that like ketchup.
Yes.
Like, my brother John is one of the people, he likes ketchup on his shit. Like, they'll go chicken sandwich with ketchup on. I don't get it. I don't like ketchup that much. I barely have ketchup. Like, I have all these ketchup packets for, like, whenever I've ordered food in the last 6 months.
Yeah.
And they're just chilling because I don't eat ketchup.
Yeah.
Like, I don't mind ketchup. Like, if I get, like, a good ketchup, I'm, like, down. Like,
yeah.
A good homemade, like, ketchup, like, I'm like,
A real
fuck
one.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, John likes the ketchup that way. The person that liked ketchup more than anybody else that I've ever met in my entire life is Fahad.
Oh yeah.
Fahad and ketchup.
You should be getting
I'm pretty
567
sure this
tattooed on his
dude
ass.
liked ketchup so much that was like his like lotion because he would eat like
I'm so sticky.
like
Ew.
because he would eat like ketchup sandwiches, like bread and ketchup only.
Oh my god.
like weird ass shit where I'm like
I've been poor, but not like that.
he's never been poor.
Oh, see, I know. I know that. He's fine.
Yeah.
His name is fine.
Right. Where I'm like, bro, you gotta not with this ketchup scenario. Like
you
no.
think you want a girlfriend, you can't have that much ketchup.
I mean, they didn't have to worry about that. Arranged marriage.
I know. Wow. And it worked out.
He's got 2 beautiful boys, so.
Yeah. Worked out great. You're welcome.
That's what I mean. Like, it might have been him that like kind of turned me off on the ketchup scenario because it was like,
Oh man.
bro, so much ketchup.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
Which is,
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Aaron ate a lot of ketchup. He's, I bet there's ketchup in heaven and he's eaten all of it. He passed away like 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago.
Well, let's just
Crazy.
Let's just hope there's everything he ever wanted up there.
I'm sure there's a fountain that he's just like, oh.
Fucking fun, dude.
There's Niagara Falls and he's swimming in it.
People are like, it's the same people that do it with ranch.
Oh, I know.
It's wild to me. There's just so much.
So much. Oh my gosh, kids are so. And my preschoolers they're so funny. They all hate mustard. They don't like much
I
mustard.
think that's a children's thing. They don't really like mustard because
They don't.
The tanginess is not.
Yeah, no, they're like,
Because I didn't like mustard for a very long time too.
Yeah.
Now I love mustard.
really?
Mm-hmm.
Nope. I'll do a little ketchup. I'll do a little bit, but I'm not like a weirdo and drown things.
Yeah,
in
see, like,
sauce.
again, I like mustard these days a lot more. The bright yellow mustard, I'm okay.
Yeah.
But again, a ground mustard or a spicy mustard,
Dijon.
Dijons are kind of the jam.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm much more on the mustard jam than I would
Fair enough.
be on ketchup these days.
No, I don't know. I guess I have to try it. I've never, honest to God, I've never tried mustard. like yellow's my favorite color, but not mustard yellow, because it's gross looking. Ew.
That's really funny, actually. I don't really know your eating habits, so I don't know if you would like mustard or not. But I mean, I got some pretty solid mustards upstairs. Cause put some chipotle mayo with some spicy mustard and I'm down. Cause I got what is it, habanero mustard upstairs. You don't like spicy foods that much though. Yeah, which is kind of surprising with your personality, to be honest. Because I find that vibrant people are very much about spicy foods.
Did you think I'm spicy?
Yeah. Just people I find that people that are very bland and boring are the people that don't like spicy food typically.
Right.
And that might be because some of it too is you may not just be accustomed to it the same way that I am.
Sure, that's true. That's true. I grew up home cooked meals. We didn't have spicy stuff.
Well, we really didn't either. Growing up, we very much the South Dakota mentality where it's fast food, and Golden Corral is the jam.
Oh my gosh, one of my favorite home cooked meals is meat and potatoes, and it's it's just meat, mashed potatoes, and a mushroom gravy, takes 20 minutes.
See, I'm not much of a mushroom fan.
See, and it's just a can of cream mushroom soup to make the gravy. It's nothing super mushroomy.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I like spicy foods. My teenage years when I started doing I've always liked Mexican food too. Getting some jalapenos, that kind of shit. That was kind of the jam, and it's always been especially around here as a very much white person, where it wasn't that spicy.
Right.
And I really started taking to spicy foods when I worked at TI.
Mm-hmm.
And I was I really like this scenario. And
Yeah.
I liked it before.
Well, that was Asian spice.
Yeah, and Frank's was kind of the jam for a very long time. Eggs, I didn't understand that until I was a teenager. They're oh yeah, hot Tabasco on eggs is amazing. It still is amazing. Tabasco's not the greatest hot sauce ever, but it's still great on fucking eggs for me. I love it. But
Can't relate.
yeah,
Can't.
have you ever done it?
No.
So then
No,
you just don't even.
I can't relate.
That might should start you there.
Start me there.
Start
Okay.
you there. Because again, a straight Tabasco on eggs is still kind of the jam, to be honest.
Okay.
And it wasn't until I was, a teenager that I really started trying that. And then Frank's was kind of the jam. It had a little more taste to it. Not same spice level, just not very spicy, just kind of there. But then when I cut out I really like spicy foods. Again, working at the bar, that was kind of the thing. You're the spicier versions had a lot more flavor to them and a lot more going on there than just
Right.
just a plain fucking chicken fried rice scenario.
Right.
Once you started putting the Thai chilies and that stuff in there, that helped a lot with learning these actually taste good. It's not that that's hot, it's that it tastes good. It tastes better because it is hot.
Yeah, okay. Got it.
And then, when I got rid of dairy, that was because the dairy is what you spice up your sandwiches with, or do this. You add cheeses and because again I was a pepper jack fan, that was a kind of jam, these kind of cheeses, and then I was I can't eat this anymore.
Yeah.
So now I have to figure out how to spice my shit up.
Yeah.
To without all the dairy.
Uh-huh.
So then that's when extra hot sauces and all this other bullshit start coming along where it's oh, I really like more flavors and there's a lot more shit. Like it doesn't have to be super outrageously spicy.
Yeah.
It just needs to have, some more on top of it. And that's, kind of like the Mexican food, like, and the Asian food came into play where I was like, oh, now I can make, like, everything kind of like that. Like, I made, I think it was like, last, like, fall or whatever. Maybe, I don't know. It was somewhere around that time, about a year ago. I made, like, this roast, and I put, like, a full bottle of this fucking, like, ridiculously hot sauce in this roast. And the thing is, like, when you're roasting it, like, it doesn't get, like, even though you're using a lot of the hot sauce, it's like, it puts it all in there.
Right.
And it made the roast so much better.
Really?
With just, like, that bottle of hot sauce in there. And, like, I wouldn't, like, try to eat that hot sauce on its own, like, because it's fucking spicy as shit. Mm-hmm. But, like, together, once you, fucking slow cooker that shit for 8 hours, like, let, like, some of it burn off a little bit. But it tasted so fucking good, like, you didn't need to put no pepper on top of it, no salt, no MSG, and all the bullshit, because all the flavor was already there.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it's one of those like things like that I've learned that like you can change it up and you don't have to have like all this like bullshit on top of it.
Yeah, yeah. I think I would like to explore some of the spicy flavors, but I'm also just like so skeptical because I'm like, oh, I don't want to die.
Well, and that's kind of the thing too, is like when it is like super spicy, you're like, what the fuck, for like a minute?
Yeah.
But then like 10 minutes later, it's not that spicy.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like,
it's probably like, I probably have the same like preconceived notion that I do about spicy food as I do about scary movies. Because I don't like watching scary movies because I'm all jumpy and not the best person to watch scary movies with. And then at the end of the movie, I was like, well, that was stupid. Like, that was the dumbest movie I've ever seen.
Part of the problem is scary movies are dumb.
They're so dumb.
So, like, I'm not a scared person at all. Like,
yeah.
To get me, like, jump scared, like, you have to, I don't even know. Like,
I love haunted houses. Like, I will do
right.
haunted houses and haunted core mazes every day, all the time. I love that stuff. Yeah. But I can't watch a scary movie.
Since I'm not the person that gets scared, I look at the storyline and all that shit.
Yeah.
I just find them so dumb.
They're so dumb.
That I just
so
like
dumb.
laugh at them because it's like, and people like, again, they hate watching with me because I'm like, this shit's dumb as fuck. There's not a good.
I saw it, the new one. Did they make two of them?
They made two of them.
Okay, well I saw the one, and I saw it in the movie theater, and it was a really well done film, which I loved that. But then like, as I was like so mentally prepared for it to be scary, I was like ready for it to be really scary.
It was just fucked up and not scary.
And then it was fucked up, and then there was only like one big jump part, and I was so prepared. Like I already like had my face buried. I was already like so prepared because I knew it was coming. You could feel it, the music, everything. It's warning you. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna like close my eyes. So I closed my eyes and it was fine, and I like kind of peeked, and it wasn't that bad. And then at the end of the movie, I was like, that was a really well done film. Like it wasn't even scary. What the fuck? Like why was this?
Well,
that's stupid. I was
like,
so mad.
Horror movies that are like in like the it's fucked up are not horror movies.
I have a really hard time with movies that are fucked up with like sexual abuse and crazy stuff like that. Like I can't hang. Cannot. I can't do that. And I also struggle with really intense military films. Those two things, like I struggle hard with those. So I would always prefer somebody to watch it first and then invite me to watch it and think if I can handle it. Because I like not having any idea of what it's about and how bad it could be. It could totally give me a PTSD thing like so quickly. I just can't. I can't.
That's super fair. Like again, like I don't like fucked up movies. I don't like horror movies. I think they're dumb. Like fucked up movies again. It's like like I think the only other movie that's like straight like real fucked up that like I was like Red State. Kevin Smith, like Son of Bob. That was like his like out of like character movie that he did. Like John Goodman's in it.
Okay.
And it's obviously it's really really well done, but it is a fucked up movie. Like you're like what the fuck. But then like there's like some like fucking like get above like everything moments, and it's really well done movie. That's probably the only like fucked up movie where I'm like, yeah, I like that movie. It's not just like like fucking Hannibal Lecter scenarios. I don't really like. Again, the storyline may be good, but like I don't like a big gruesome scenario, like that kind of shit. It's just not my jam. But again, horror movies like like what I would say like a scary movie. They're like like The Ring or something like that, where it's like I don't give a fuck.
What was your first scary movie?
The first one I saw in theaters would have been The Ring.
Really? Okay.
Because again, my mom was the movie watcher, my dad wasn't, and she still like goes to movie theaters, and she like, do you want to go? I was like, they don't make movies for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really like going to the movies anymore because of those, like, they don't make them for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it was not yet, but The Ring was probably the very first one that like I went to, and I remember like laughing at it. We were sitting like front row, and this is before like it was like right before the time frame where they made like movie theaters like take the front row back.
Oh,
so
right.
like we're like real close, and I was like, this is fucking stupid as shit.
Yeah.
Like, me and my friend Joe, and I was like, this is dumb.
Fair.
I'm just not a fan of like, again, because I'm not like a jumpy person. I grew up in a shop, so like
everything's
if
loud.
I'm looking around like because there's something loud, I'm like, do I need to help, or is it just because they dropped something? Like,
Right.
Versus like the scare. It's just not a thing.
Right.
It does happen occasionally where I get like fucking jump scare. Like we've been playing like this Call of Duty like for the Halloween. They had like they like made like nighttime,
Ooh.
and then like there was also like a zombies mode where like zombies would like come at you. It was crazy hectic.
Yeah.
So like in this crazy like hectic scenario, like we were trying to pay attention to everything. You'd be like opening these boxes and it would fucking flash something in your fucking face and like be really loud. And so like those ones were like whoa, like
Yeah.
like and like people like would like turn off the volume and play the game with no volume because it was so like scary. Like it was like
wow.
it was like a known like bam, like holy shit. And like it got me a couple times where like you're just like hustling around trying to like get shit to like do whatever you're doing and you're like fuck, like oh shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that again, I don't like scary games either.
Yeah.
They're just not fun.
Fair.
I don't want to be sitting there like, horror game, cool. I have to like pay attention to everything at all times. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Right.
I want to have a good time when I'm like watching movies or that kind of shit. Again, that's like, you have to borrow my favorite movie now or come watch it. But like that movie, like it's weird. I like weird shit. Give you weird shit all day, but don't make it fucked up.
That's funny. Is it like kind of like Big Fish weird? Have you seen Big Fish? Mm-hmm. It's kind of weird. It's a good movie, but I haven't seen it in a really long time. But it's definitely a film that has a lot of weird and quirkiness. But it won a lot of awards. It's really well done. I think I have it on DVD actually. Now I can watch it. My first scary movie. Are you ready to laugh?
Sure.
Signs.
Signs is a terrible ass movie.
I know, that was my first scary movie. And I watched it with my mom on the couch, and I was like, we watched it, jumpy parts, I'm all like sweaty and hiding and all that stuff. And then my brother came home like towards the end of the movie, and then he went downstairs. His room was in the basement. Went downstairs. He went to change. Movie was over. My mom went into her office, which was a segue to the other set of stairs that went down to the basement. And I'm walking down to go over to my mom's office, and my brother was standing in the doorway. I couldn't see him. He's all breathing all funky and weird. I jumped and screamed. I jumped over the coffee table, over the side of the stairs, tumble rolled like I was going to fight someone. Like, the somersault jump and roll thing? I did that. Real life, no practice. It worked. And he was just breathing all like I don't know why he was breathing weird. I don't know if that was it, but he was like gonna go. I don't know if he just like ran up the 4 stairs that he just why, but he was just standing there.
He just ran up the 4 stairs.
The 4 stairs and just standing awkwardly in the doorway in his boxers, breathing weird. And I'm just like,
the
scared the shit out of me.
Giving me nightmares like that I can like pinpoint like what gave me the nightmare is a horror movie, but it's fucking dumb. It's a dumbass horror movie.
Uh-huh.
It's called Event Horizon. Mm-mm. So it's about this like future like people it's just people, but it's like in the future like they're like we sent the spaceship out into space and it was supposed to go like to the moon Titan, Saturn's moon Titan, mm-hmm. and then like it just disappeared. Well then like several years later they get like a communications from it.
Oh wow.
And so like then they're like, okay, like there's communications or whatever, like we're gonna like go like find this. Well, the premise is this fucking ship went to fucking hell and it came back. It went through like a dimensional portal and it came back. And so, like, there's, like, demons and all this, like, crazy shit. And it's a fucking dumb movie. It's probably worth a watch, but it's dumb. Like, it's not, like, a fucking good movie. But, like, and there's, like, you know, jump scares, like, bullshit and this shit. You know, it's, like, this, like, dimensional scenario, and you're like, why did this fucking dumbass movie give me fucking nightmares? And it's like, fuck off. World, like that should not be a fucking thing.
I know. Oh my god.
And I was like a grown ass adult too. Like, again, I was like 22 when I saw this fucking movie.
You
And it gave me fucking nightmares. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying. Like that's the only like back in like you know I've had like nightmares of like real life situations like that kind of shit. But, like, that one was, like, the only one that, like, the movie gave me nightmares where I'm like, cool. And as I've gotten older, like, it's, you know, nightmares are very much less apparent because I'm not afraid of shit.
You're not afraid. What is Dick afraid of?
I don't know.
Dick, you sure you don't know?
I really don't know. Like, again, I'm not, like, afraid of, like, all, like, the standard, like, spiders and snakes and all that. I'm not afraid of that shit, like, whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like, again, like, I do, you know, I'll ride my bike in fucking traffic all dumb.
Yeah.
Like, do dumb shit on a snowmobile or a dirt bike or
Yeah.
whatever. Like, I just don't really have, like, I'm still smart about it. Like, I'm not, like, doing, like, dumb shit because of, like, the anti-fear, but, like, I just don't have, like, a fear of something.
Right. Yeah, I think that I'm very similar in the sense that I'm not really afraid to, like, do a lot of things. Nothing really scares me. But, I don't know. I think the only, like, yeah, I'm not really afraid of a lot. I don't know. I don't even remember the last nightmare I had. Like,
right.
I'm not a very fearful person. Thank God. Gosh, it would
like,
suck to live in fear.
Right? People
To
do
be
that
super
shit.
fearful of
It's
like all
crazy.
kinds of stuff. Like,
You
oh
know, like,
God.
I can say, like, I can remember my last, like, nightmare, but, like, it wasn't, like, if I told you the actual, like...
Well, you're going to tell me now.
There's a lot of backstory to it.
Okay.
But, like, I don't really want to explain all of it because it doesn't really matter. But it was much like... It was kind of like this, like... It was a nightmare because of, like, what was happening in it, because I was, like, I would never allow that to happen.
Right.
Ever.
Right.
So, like, this whole, like, there's so much backstory to this. And it's, like, a bunch of, like, bullshit. And, but, like, I woke up to the point of being, like, where I said I love you to somebody that I don't love.
Oh.
And I was like,
Oh.
I woke up in the middle of that, I was like,
Nightmare!
yeah, and that kind of thing. It's not like, it was like a traditional nightmare. It was like a, what the fuck? Where did that come from? Like,
Oh my God.
No, yeah. So like it was a nightmare. And, like,
You were
that
getting married? And,
like, situation like it wasn't like that, but it was like close to it kind of situation where I was like, no, firm no. This person no. Like,
and you're still sleeping. Like, I can't get out
like
of this.
I woke up saying that. I was like, no, firm no. Where the fuck did that come from? And it's just, so like,
Okay, I've had nightmares like that
Yeah,
where
so,
like
like-
I've done something stupid with someone that I'm like, oh mercy, thank God
Right.
that was a dream.
where you're like
That's considered a nightmare.
I would call that a nightmare, but it's not like the position like, oh my God, like I died.
Yes,
It's
right.
not that. I don't ever like have that mentality.
No.
It's like, ugh, what am I doing to myself?
I'm really gonna do a life check right now.
Yeah. And
Oh,
I was
wait.
still like, oh, okay, we're good. Like, nobody's here. It was super fucking weird. It was like, I hadn't like thought about this person in like months and months and months, and it was like, where did this come from? So random. It was like, I want nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Oh, that is hilarious.
So
Oh, man.
I would call that a nightmare, even though I told.
I've
like,
had a few of those, but they were real life, and I couldn't pinch myself out. You know.
I shouldn't be having nightmares in person. But yes, very much that. I was like, no, thank
Oh
you.
man. Oh man. What's the latest dream you remember?
I don't dream that often.
Because you don't sleep long enough to get there.
Kind of.
Okay.
Because when I dream, it's crazy.
Really?
I'm very, like, vivid memories of like I remember most of the dreams.
It's like lucid.
Yeah, so like it's very like like real life scenarios. But, like they're also kind of like off the wall and like weird. Like I had this one dream that I finally remember, and nothing that was like bad or whatever. But like I went to like a concert with like my friend, and then like we went back to like her house. And then, like, but she, like, had, like, roommates, but they all were, like, in one room. And then she had, like, this giant bed. Like 6 foot tall bed that was, like, 12 feet wide. Like big ass. Like, so, like, when I dream, like, I vividly remember them.
Yeah.
And, like, what was the last one? It was only, like, last week. And I'm trying to, like, think of, like, if you would have asked me, like, 2 days later, about kind of, like, it's not like, crazy. It was crazy, though. It was like, there was like, I was on a fucking Harley, which I would never own.
Why?
Ever. Because they don't make bikes for people like me. I like them. I don't think they're bad bikes.
Okay.
I just would never own. But I was on this Harley.
Okay.
And then, like, I had, like, a flock of, like, seagulls, like, a flock, like, following me. And then, like, I stopped. And then, like, they just, like, stood next to the bike when I went into the gas station. And then I came out, and then I started driving. Just randomly, like, no interaction with these fucking birds, but they were just, like, a flock. Like, that's, like, they're always fucking weird. Like that. Like, that's kind of the thing where I was like, well, that means, like, I want to go ride a motorcycle and do, like, some fun shit like that. But, like, I don't get where the birds come into, like, the mentality of that. Because I don't generally, I'm not like, yeah, birds are awesome. I'm not generally that person. I don't really give a shit. Like, I hate geese. But, like, so does everybody else. Who doesn't like geese? Who likes geese?
I know. When we, like, nobody does.
Yeah,
nobody even really likes to eat them.
Yeah. No, you just shoot them because you're fun to shoot.
They're fun to shoot. Yeah.
But like nobody likes geese. So like, but like one of those, so birds are kind of like in that realm. Like, I don't care. Like do whatever.
Oh.
So, like,
so it's a metaphor of you being a badass and all these bitch ass motherfuckers following you.
It could be
because of your podcast. That's it. That's what it is.
But yeah, they're always like this like super vivid. Like there was like some weird shit in it too that's like hard to explain. Like fucking like racetrack, basically like oval like race like in the middle of like the road. It was weird. I always have weird ass dreams. I don't have like normal like people dreams typically very often where it's like, oh, like this is like normal shit. Like haha. I don't really have that.
That's funny. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. My dreams are kind of all over the place. I've had dreams that are like similar to like Avatar, like the blue people. Like I've had dreams like that. To dreams that are just like crazy, weird spin-offs of what could be real, and then just random things that happen in that. My sister has a lot of dreams that are pretty real life about her and her husband and her kiddo, and she has. It's the funniest thing. Like, she's been with Terry their whole lives. So, and it's just funny. Like, once every few months, she has a dream where he does something fucked up. And she wakes up and she's mad the first thing in the morning.
Well, she's not alone in that situation either.
Yeah. It's just funny. Oh, God, I just think it's hilarious. Yeah. I haven't really had that kind of stuff. Like, in relationships, like, dreaming and, like, being in a relationship, I haven't had a whole lot of dreams like that. But I just find it funny that they've been so solid their entire lives, but she has dreams like that. Like, I just find that kind of fucking hilarious. I'm just like, of all things, like, you have dreams like that? Like, of all people, too? Like, the most awkward bird. Like,
yeah,
like that literally, like, works on cars and goes home and plays video games. Like, you're paranoid about him, who can't really even talk to you. Okay.
Well, I think that's like that whole, like, there's always like that what if situation, like those kind of
things. Oh, gosh, yeah.
Like, you know, like when I'm like just like chilling or doing like nothing, like it doesn't happen too often, but there's occasion like I tend to like daydream and like bring up a bunch of like bullshit.
I daydream like crazy.
Yeah, so like I get
crazy.
like the bullshit like real life situation like more often. What's really shitty about that though is like my daydreaming. It's crazy how more often than not it happens.
Yes, I know.
Where,
I know. Yep.
Like I like conjured up like the scenario, and I'm like, oh, that is some old bullshit. That's not gonna happen. And then like a couple days later, I'd be like, oh yeah, like whoever I was like thinking about, it would be like, yeah, this person. Like I was like, I should not have premonitions about these kind of things.
Ooh, no. Actually, that's a spiritual gift. I totally believe that.
So yeah, like I get like the days of thing all of the time. Like it happens all the time. Where I'm like, I totally knew this was coming. Like, and that's like, for me, that's like a weird like.
Some of that I totally believe that is partially a gift because I know that there's like when Lopo passed away, like the last day that I saw him, I had such a heavy weight on my heart. Like we were at the hookah bar. He just rolled up to the hookah bar. We hadn't seen him in like a couple weeks or so, maybe a month. And I was like, oh my God, I miss you. Like, where have you been? All that stuff. And then it was like we were outside. It was so nice. This was because I know that weekend I fucked up my ankle and he passed away like that day. Mm-hmm. He passed away that night that I rolled my ankle. And because I was in a boot with my foot up on the table working when Jesse texted me. And but I knew that day, the last time I saw Lopo, was going to be the last day that I'd ever see him. And it was so serious and so heavy. Like I was working, it was a busy day, everybody was there, and I had to like stop what I was doing and go tell Lopo, like, Lopo, you have to take care of yourself. Like, I'm worried about you. Like, I didn't know what he was going through or what he was into right then. I had no idea. I didn't hang out with him a whole lot, so I didn't know how deep he was into stuff. But, like, it was just so heavy that I was like, I need to tell you, like, you have to be safe. You have to be safe. Like, there's something up. Like, and he's like, oh, no, I'm fine. And I knew he was high. He was fucked up on some level, but he blew me off. He never blew me off, but he blew me off. And then he was gone.
Yeah, I get, like, so, like, my weird thing with the situation when it happens like those, where, like, I'll feel, like, shitty for, like, 2 or 3 days prior, like, really, like, shitty.
Oh! Like, it's
somebody that's, like...
Something's up!
But then, always, the day that I hear about it, I feel good. Yeah. I'm always like, there's always like some like weight lifted scenario or whatever. Like I'll feel like very garbage until like, and then it's fine, and then I feel great, and then I'll be told that happens. Yeah. Like my friend Andrew a couple weeks ago, I was like going through some fucking like I just like was not doing well. I was, like, all this shit, and then like
something happened.
You know, then like that morning, like that, like you know when the car crashed, I was like I felt really fucking good, like. Next like couple days, I was like, yeah, I'm fucking like jamming, I'm doing good, and then like I was told, and I'm like, every fucking time it happens that way, where I'm like, I feel shitty as fuck, and like again, it may not be something like I talk to all the time or whatever, it happens that way, and like it's always.
I felt that too. Yep, and those are things like I've had many situations like that, and when someone's heavy on my heart like that, that's when I'm just like, and it's like days where I'm just like heavy praying, like heavy, like, and it's just very intense, and it's like that's totally a gift, Dick, like to have that kind of relationship with people and to be able to feel that, like that's big. And like there's been times where I've had that, and then you know something happens, I feel better that day, that the day like after so much, I call it intercessory, and then it's like a weight, and then I end up talking to that person like shortly after, and they tell me what has gone on and the breakthrough, and everything ended up being okay. And I'm like, holy cow, like no wonder I was so beat, because I was just I was fighting on your behalf without us even knowing
we weren't
that.
Even like discussing it.
Yes.
So like, and like I feel that way.
Yes.
Like, you know, pretty like when it happens, it happens. Where I'm like,
yeah,
fuck.
Yeah.
And, you know,
that's deep. That's good. That's really good.
And I you know,
it's so, cheers. I don't have many people that feel that. That's good. That's cool.
Yeah, it's one of those like random like scenarios where it's like I like again like it's just like I don't even need to know what it is from the person or whatever. I just like know that's like
something's up. Something's up. Yep.
And again, it may not be like, you know, that was like kind of the thing, like even like with those, like literally the weekend after that, like I was like we were going to a concert like 4 days later, so like it was like one of those like moments where I was like something's got like fucking like it just felt fucking weird, and then like you know, then like Chris called me and I was like, no. But it's what it is, and like with people too, like it's hard being like it's very like it rolls with like being like an empath, like you're like not like I'm not like super susceptible like to people's shit, but like I pay attention to it, like I know what's going on, and so it's one of those like moments where it's like
well, you have good boundaries to where like it doesn't like bleed on you.
Right.
I have not had the best boundaries growing up, but I've gotten better. But it's true, like it does.
Yeah.
It affects you.
You know what it is, and part of that thing is again I pay attention.
Yeah.
And even when I've views that I'm not paying, people like you didn't know, like I was like no, like I fucking knew, like there was something that came up like the other day. I was talking to somebody and they told me about like this thing, and I was like
stuff that was going on.
Yeah. Well, and it was like years prior. Like, this was like many years ago.
Yeah.
And they were telling me about like this stuff, and I was like, you know that like I'm not surprised by it, and they're like, what? And I'm like, anytime you've told me about any of this stuff, have I ever been surprised by it? And they're like, no. I was like, yeah, because I pay attention to how they act, how these other people act, or whatever it is, and I don't want to think that way. I don't want to like put that like express like I know this, or I know this, or I know this. It's that I do know this, but like I'm just paying attention to the situation, and that makes it drives me insane because like again, since I don't sleep.
Yeah.
And all these things, like, and my brain is always active. Like, it drives me up the wall.
Yeah.
But I'm never bringing it up to, like, the person that it's happening to or whatever. Right. But when they actually do tell me, and then, like, we can discuss it or whatever. Yeah. But I'm rarely ever being like, what?
Like, totally caught off guard.
Are you fucking kidding
Right.
me?
It's just because you're in tune. You're just spiritually in tune with the people you connect with, which is important. Like, good for you. Some friends are not like that.
And it's one of those things like, and I don't try to like sway anybody's opinions of people or whatever.
Right.
Like, like if it's like, like, oh, I'm not friends with this person anymore. Like, I haven't been friends with this person for like 6 years.
Right.
I just put up with them because I have to. And, or whatever the case is where it's like, and they're like, why didn't you tell me? So I'm not trying to sway your opinion of a person or whatever it is. Where I'm like, nah, like, you can make your own decision because I want you to let me make my own decision also.
Right.
So it's like, if you tell me something like really like bad and notoriously bad, then I'll sway your opinion or something like that, where it's like, that may sway my opinion on that person too, where I'm like, well, fuck that shit.
Right.
Like, but like, it's typically, I already noticed it. I already was part of that deal. Like, it may not have like, and if it doesn't happen to me yet, and it happens to me later, but the idea is it may never happen to me also.
Right.
Where that person or that thing is bad to me. I'm not trying to like sway anybody's opinion on anything. Right. And that's why if you ask me about it, I'll tell you. Right. Like those kind of things. Yeah. But I'm not be like, fuck that, they're fucking terrible. I'm not that way because they may not be terrible to you because I know like several people are fucking awesome to me that are terrible to other people. Right. And I know that, but as long as it's not like they're fucking like beating you or like stealing everything from you, I don't really care. Yeah. And it says if you're not happy with them, stop being around them. Right. Stop doing that shit. But like if they're awesome to me, I'm not going to be like, well, I'm not going to be friends with them either. Right. Because they're awesome to me, and it comes to my own experience in that way. Right.
I mean, like with some people when they're being shitty to other people, I don't think that it's not. I think it's very important when you're around other people and someone's being shady and shitty and they're not being who they really are. Right. To call them out. I don't feel like enough people are called out.
Well, that's a huge problem with society, especially Americans are really bad about this.
Yes, I mean, yeah, you've got your rights and all of that stuff, but just because you have your rights, does that mean you have the right to be a shitty person to other people?
Right.
That's... Please tell me. Because if you are, I love that argument of like, okay, so you believe all of these things, but then you also believe this thing, but then you can be shitty to other people. Right. Okay.
It's a big problem.
Yeah. I think you're wrong, and here are 5,000 reasons. Right. That your philosophy is heavily flawed.
Well, and like this is something like I've noticed too. Like, I remember like when I first started like my current job. And I like didn't really know what I was doing on this like specific thing, but like I tried, and I fucked it up. And they're like, "Hey, like like could you look at this?" And I was like, oh shit, like I totally fucked that up.
Yeah.
And like their bafflement of me taking my own responsibility of like I screwed it up. They're like they were so confused by like me taking
Being
my own
accountable.
Yeah.
Ah!
And then like when we criticize like whatever, something, and people are like,
See, and like I know, well, and that's why, like, and I'm so glad that I don't have any bosses in my preschool, because I can teach 3-year-olds that if you're being shitty and taking toys from friends, that's not acceptable,
Right.
and you have to own it. Like, I'm sorry, I took your toy. What can I do to make it feel better?
Right.
Like, give me my toy back. Okay, give you your toy back.
Right.
Like, can I have a turn when you're done? Yes, you can. Perfect. Like,
it's a huge thing that like we really need to be teaching people in general.
in general.
It's you can be criticized, and it's not like they hate you because they're criticizing you.
Right. Like, criticism is not a bad thing. And I, like, just like, and that's something that a lot of people have negative connotations with. Like, that word, criticism,
Yeah.
obedience, discipline, those things have serious negative connotations, but that's because they've been distorted by a lot of people.
It's true.
By emotion rather than,
Well,
fact and growing.
Right, and part of that comes down to is like you need to be perfect all the time, and like that whole like if you don't know the answer to something,
Sure.
say you don't know.
Right.
And so people like most people will just try to like wing it and do the thing. And like there is like a skill of being like fake it till you make it. I get you on that one, but when you don't actually know the answer, just say you don't know. And,
Own your shit. Own your shit.
Yeah, and that's a big problem. So when it comes like it's like criticized of like like our political scape in the United States right now is fucking crazy, as everybody should probably know. But like if
What?
you,
I'm
right?
totally blind to this.
But like if you are, my biggest thing is like nobody should ever be a dick rider on a politician ever, no matter who it is, which way, the sway one way or the other, anything. You should never 100% agree with your representative unless you are that person. And part of that comes down to is because we're going to have different opinions on certain things. And while I may say this and you say that, it doesn't mean I'm right and you're wrong, or they're right and I'm wrong. It's that we have a different opinion on like how it should be taken care of, especially like with our, our government and that kind of shit. Because there's always a sway.
Right.
You got to sway it one way or the other.
Right.
But we have to like make sure that we're like generally in the middle. Some people are going to be mad. Some people are going to be happy. But like that should be what it is. And your representatives should generally want to do what you want.
All of them.
Yeah.
Like what's best for everybody.
Yeah. So like the idea is like it should be like a general, like you may not agree with like the specific thing or whatever, but like we also can't be like 100%. And that's a big problem that I have with like fucking Trump supporters in general is no matter what it is, they're like, fuck yeah, and it's like, but you just said that that's not what you wanted like an hour ago, kind of situation, and that's part of my problem where it's like. Like, let's just, we'll use him as an example. Like, there's some things that I'm like, fuck yeah, like, this works. But, like, overall, I'm like, no.
Sure.
But, like, there's some things, like, where, like, people are like, well, he says what he says he does, and then he'll say something, and they're like, no, like, he meant it different. Well, no, but you said you liked him because he says what he says. And if you want to stick with that, say, well, I guess I believe that now. And I'll be more accepting of you doing that if like that's what you're doing. But now you're like, no, like he didn't mean that. And it's like,
no. That's wrong. A form of idolatry, and that's bullshit.
Yes, and it's very much, it's very authoritarian like scenario where it's like, we got to follow the fucking grain,
No,
boys.
it's a step further than that.
Yeah.
Than authoritarian. It's much bigger than that.
It is. You're right. And that's where the problem that I have where it's like, whoa, like calm down for a second. If you like something, that's okay.
Sure.
But if you don't like this, or like then you're like, oh, I like that now because of this person. That baffles my brain so much. Sure. Where it's like, yo, like if you weren't, like if this person wasn't here, you wouldn't hear this. How can you like it?
It's so fascinating. I don't know. I totally wish there's like a few things that I think would drastically help our mass population understand how privileged and grateful we should be. I think that there should be a mandatory vote, and I think there should be a draft. And I think the reason why I feel those two things is that servitude is important. And when you understand serving people that you don't know, that like, and it could be like a servitude, like a draft of like, it doesn't just have to be the military, but you have to serve in some capacity.
Right, and I agree with that. So the people that like get pissy with like waitresses and waiters and like servers and bartenders, and it's like,
like have you ever served before?
Right? Yeah,
right. Like
something like that where like you understand like what it takes to be that person,
to put other people before yourself.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's a big thing where it may not be like. I probably wouldn't agree with like a draft scenario.
Sure.
But I think that like the idea of like you need to like do these things that like you say are fucking below
like
you.
Sure. Like after you graduate high school, like you have to spend a couple years doing something.
Right.
Like to benefit
janitorial
something.
Something because
care for the elderly, any fucking thing.
Something like that to like learn that it's not just about you and your shit. Because what happens with that is like people just get fucking. I dealt you've dealt with it at Tony's, at the bar, like you working at fucking Sun. I'm sure you've dealt with it over fucking there. Like those kind of things where like these people like they've never had any hardship whatsoever. Ever, and you're like, stop. Be nice to me. I can fuck up your life right now. It may only be for an hour, but you're gonna be pissed for fucking weeks. Yes. Like, and that's kind of thing is like, if I wasn't like trying to be kind to you, and like I mean, like luckily at the bar that I worked at, I could be like,
get the fuck out.
Go fuck yourself. Like, see you later. Like, I'm the only person here. Nobody's gonna tell me I can't tell you to go fuck yourself. Like, and even if they were there, they're like, yeah, fuck that guy. Like that was kind of the thing. Like, I hate like these like corporate businesses where they're like, oh, customer's always right. That's never fucking true. Right. Otherwise, they wouldn't fucking be there. Right. Because they're not right because they want something out of the deal. So, like, obviously, they're not correct. So, stop fucking feeding them. Like, that was a big problem that I had with my dad for many years, too. Like, working at the shop where it was like, we cater like these, like, what are classified as bad customers. Where they don't pay for anything. They don't want to pay for anything. They're never happy, but they keep bringing it back because we're inexpensive. So, stop catering these people. Stop fucking telling these people that they're correct. And we'll just do what they want them to fucking do. That's not what it should be about. Right. Like, it's about, like, we're doing it the right way. Make them understand that that's the right way. Like, not, like, forcibly punch them into it, but, like, explain to them. Make them understand. And if they don't, see you fucking later. I don't care. Like, I still want to be there for the people that need us. Like, if you need, like, hey, like, would you come, like, put, like, 2 screws in this thing real quick? That's not a problem. Like, I got you. Like, it's a piece of cake. Drill some holes, do whatever. Like, that's cool. But the people that are constantly like, fucking do this right fucking... Like, get out of my face. Right. You're not the first person here. You won't be the last. See you later. Yep. And people that are like that are the worst. They're the fucking worst people because they always want it that way. And it's because they've been told their entire life they can have whatever the fuck they want to have and it doesn't matter what it is. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I think needing to serve is important. And I think that voting is important. And being educated in it is important. I wish there was a lot more availability for that. Right. It's a huge thing where like it's just like people that get like pissy with servers, I get so fucking mad where I'm like After being a server and when I get shitty service, I do get pissy. I'm not gonna lie. Like when I have a waitress or a waiter who is literally horrible that like I still tip. I still tip, but I say something. I still tip, but I talk to them because it's like listen, Linda. Like, right? No, I know that you're having a hard time, and I get it. And I will I will pray with you. I will do whatever. You can tell me what's going on. I'll sit here and listen. Like I'm here for food. Like that's fine. Right. But that doesn't mean you have to take out whatever else is going on me. Like correct. Yeah. It's one of those things like like there's several times like. Like one time, I love this story just because it cracks me on how people like interact with other people. So like I was sitting at Tony's, I was sitting at the bar downstairs, and I'm not like super good pals with Jay or anything shit. Like I like Jay, and we have like it's fine. Right. So like we're sitting there, and like he's like like I get a beer, I get a shot, And then everybody that like knows me there, they know like if my beer has a little bit of beer in it left and I don't have my cards at the table, you bring me another fucking beer.
Yeah.
So like, or if it's done and I don't have my card on the table, bring me another beer. Bring me another beer.
Yeah.
That's just kind of
Keep
like
it coming.
the mentality. Like it's just I'm sitting there like you do this thing. And this kid that was sitting next to me, he was like, he kept looking over like Jay would just slide another beer in front of me. So I'm there for like a couple hours or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so this beer comes over, almost on the next one shows up, shot comes, like those kind of things. Like I don't have to say shit. I'm just sitting there watching the TV. I'm not saying shit. Jay's just working away or doing his thing.
Right.
And this kid is like, hey, like I noticed like when your beer's empty, like you just bring another beer.
Yeah.
And I go, yeah. He's like, how do you get that here? And I was like, oh no, like I've made a rapport with them, like I make sure that I take care of them every time. Like there's always a fucking fat tip at the end because they take care of me. Like it's never an issue. I never have to like sit here and be like, I need another beer, another beer.
Right.
Like, oh, come on.
Right.
Because like they know that like I'm taking care of them. They know what I want to do because I put that rapport. And he's like, oh, like so like I need a tip. And I was like, fuck.
You don't?
Idiot. Like that. Like I was like yeah. And it's maybe it wasn't like I need a tip like a fat tip. It was like, oh, I need like maybe we should tip more. And it's like, yeah, that's how you get taken care of at places.
Yeah.
Like especially like serving places where it's like, like I can go sit in front of Maddie at that place and just get fucking tanked.
Yep.
And it's like a couple dollars kind of like sometimes it's like cheaper for me to like go there and sit in front of my friends.
Right.
Because like I know the owners, like when the Jimmy
Yep.
and Tony, so they don't give a shit because it's me. 'Cause, like
Right.
I paid out my fucking dues.
I miss their pizza so bad. I miss like closing at the end of the night and having a big ass slice of pizza waiting for me.
Right. So yeah, and they knew that when you were working for them.
Yes.
Because you took care of their shit too when you were working.
Yep.
So it's one of those like moments when like if you take care of people's shit and like do what you're supposed to do, they'll take care of you, and if they don't, then find some new people.
Yeah.
to sit
Right.
in front of.
Right.
Because if they're always like, oh, are you sure? Like, do you need another beer? Yes, that's the way that I've been for like 5 years. So
Yeah. Right.
So that's one of those things. It's a mutual respect between you and the person that's serving you. And if you're always there all the time, they know your face, and they're still not serving you right, that means you're doing something wrong.
Right.
9 times out of 10.
Right.
It's not a shitty bartender.
This is relationships. Like this is easy. This is easy.
Yeah, like if you're gonna be if you're taken care of, make sure that you take care of them, and that's like the biggest thing. And if you're not doing that, like I've had my friends that work at the bars, like they've said some things about like some other like people that like I may know are my friends, and they know that they can tell me, and I'll make a fucking fuss about it because I don't want to.
Right.
Like, we're just doing our thing, but like this person like like the $2 tip on like the fucking $55 tab was like not clean. I was like, you're right. That's bullshit. I'll take care of that.
Right.
If it happens again, this person will be slapped. So like,
yes.
I don't like keeping those people around either that aren't taking care of their people.
Right.
Oh, I'm friends with them. They don't need that. No, fuck yourself. That's the people you should be taking care of as your friends.
Right. Especially your friends.
Yeah.
Because if worse comes to worse, like you need something to happen, who are you going to call?
Right.
You're going to call, are you going to call like, who are you going to call? You can't call the Ghostbusters.
Right.
You can't. Like
they don't exist, bitch.
They don't. They don't. Nor do bring goblins or things like that. Like when your car breaks down, who do you call? You call the people. You call your friends.
Right. And I had somebody like tell me something about like one of the people that used to hang around me, and they're like, oh yeah, like go like when they like wanted their car done, like yeah, like go see Dick because he'll take care of you. He was like hooks me up or whatever, and it's like. That's not really how you should be operating either.
No. Anytime I refer my friends, refer business, it's always because of quality and integrity. And they deserve every ounce of every dollar that they earn. Like, absolutely. You have to.
It's fucking dumb not to. Like, it's,
right.
Take care of your people and you'll get taken care of. That's
right.
That's how it works. Like,
right.
you pay like a high end deal, high end price. You should be getting a high end scenario. And if you're paying a low end price because it's like the friendly deal and like a screw's left out of it, you're like, oh, that makes sense. It's okay. Like we were just fucking around, we were drinking beers. It's not a big deal. But like the idea is like always take care of your people because they'll take care of you when you fucking need to take care of.
I don't know. I feel bad for. It's not necessarily I feel bad. But I do have empathy for people who just like are oblivious to it. Like who
Right.
literally have no idea, like, oh, I'm supposed to like be decent.
Yeah, I've never understood this scenario.
Like I have a hard hold on. Explain to me how you think that you don't need to be decent. And then I can try and help bridge the gap. Because I don't understand how you think that not being decent is acceptable behavior.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, those people are it's one of those like bathroom scenarios where it's like, how were you raised in a way that you didn't take care of like this stuff? 'Cause especially like people like our age, because like like as like we've moved forward, like tipping jobs have kind of like they're more and more or less existent,
right?
As far as like that goes, but like a tip's still always like welcome in that kind of situation. But like there's like plenty of like jobs where like you work, you make your money, there's no tips on top of it,
right?
And like back in the day, like you look at like even like fast food, like way back in the day, our parents like they tipped at fast food places and that kind of shit. And I don't really know, like it went away when they stopped being like serving, but like
right.
You should still always like there should be something on top of it, like that should be like the case like, as those jobs go away. But our parents are very much like in that realm. They've all worked those jobs, or they made tips and that kind of stuff, like that made their way. So like, how were you raised not to do that?
Right.
Like where did you get the idea?
Where did you fall off the train? Like, were you kicked off or what?
Yeah, it's fucking.
I don't get it. I don't know.
I do not understand.
You know what I also don't understand is like when you have a sore in your nose and it just fucking hurts.
Right when like you're like, I didn't do anything.
I didn't do nothing. And my nose just hurts. Like, ugh.
Yeah, it's like for me, it's like always like on the like inside, like right about here.
Oh
like,
yeah, mine's like right up here right now on this side, right here. Ugh.
You're like, did I walk
And
into
it's not
door?
a zit. And you know those nose zits that you get? Like, oh, those suck. Oh, or an ear zit. Those suck. Those suck. But no, it's like I don't even know. It's like, I have a humidifier in my house too, so I'm like, oh, is it just, everything's just dry? I live by a lake. Like, what is this bullshit?
I don't have too many like dry like issues. Like like early on, when I said like my eyes were burning, I was like, it made no sense to me because I was like, I really don't have those problems where I'm like,
Yeah, how are your eyes now?
fine. They're fine. It was just like one of like moments where I'm like, why do my eyeballs burn right now?
Oh gosh.
Again, it was like I was cutting onions or something.
Yeah.
It just felt just like that. I was like,
That's weird.
this makes no sense. Why is this burning? And it may have. I did wash the dishes before you came, so maybe it was that.
You get bleach just like
burning
your nose.
Bleaching my dishes. I don't think so. But like I did have like there was it was for my stay for last week. I was cleaning all that shit up.
Yeah.
So like it might have been like some of the onions on that, like the like spice feels like that feels like I didn't have the problem. I was making it, so stop.
Yep. Yep. Oh man, that's funny. Oh gosh. I don't really cook with onions. Probably because I don't really cook with onions because I lived with my Nana and Papa, and towards the end of my Papa, like going into the nursing home and all of that stuff, like they cooked with a lot of onions, and I lived in the basement, so the aroma just wafted
the fumes for
into
sure.
the basement.
It's very chemically for being an organic scenario here.
So like the whole my whole living room and the basement and everything would smell like half older people in their basement and onions, and then me,
the old
and a
people
little
smell
bit. It would smell a little bit like me, and then a cross between like you cross like a certain step on the stairs, and it ended up smelling more and more like me, and then every once in a while it would be bad. It would just be very fragrant. And so I'll use onion powder like a champ. Like I love that, but like the whole cooking onions and how it like lingers.
It does linger for a long time. Again, if you get that,
there are not enough fans.
You got the
that.
old people smell on top of it because there is a smell like we're deteriorating, like that happens.
Yeah,
after, like you're like 60 years old.
You have stuff. Well, and then you have like stuff that's just been sitting that you haven't touched forever.
Right.
So it's like stuff and dust and Yeah,
it's true.
Not opening your windows.
It's also a thing.
Like yes.
Working on cars like made me like understand. I hated like people like just
People and their
it's
smells.
so gross. Like, between like old people smell, I can deal with a little bit more. The baby smell, that like smell
Like
of cars,
gross baby?
That the car gets like
The
that-
car baby? Ooh, car baby gross.
gross. It's like the
Like
worst.
old
If
French
you get in
fries
the car,
and
you're like,
diapers.
yeah, it's just like vomit. Like that smell is just like cooking in their car, and it's like, ugh.
Go get it detailed, guys. Come
It's
on.
like clean something, like because like I know like we have a family friend that they have like what do they have like 7 kids,
Oh, well.
which is too fucking many. I told you about my uncle that has like 7 kids.
Yes.
My uncle. But like this guy also was like his, he's a funny human being. Him and his wife, they're awesome people. I love them.
Yes.
But like they do weird ass shit,
Yeah.
and like I've known him since I was like a little kid, and like I remember like him like chasing after his wife, like all that. I was old enough that I knew this kind of situation, but like when they started like having kids, it was like bam, 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 and then he's like, I don't know how to pay for it all, but we just keep having kids, and I was like, stop. And when I was a teenager at this point, I was like, stop it, like stop. Like the point like they don't like, and like they had a business that like faltered, so like they had like some money they were taking care of like some shit, and then like their business faltered.
Yeah.
And then like they couldn't like afford to like take care of their cars and shit anymore.
Uh-huh.
And so like they had like basically when they needed to take the whole family, they had to take 2 cars because there's too many of them because they didn't have a car that would take all of them.
Oh.
And it's like that's when you have too many kids. Like
Yeah.
when you need multiple cars because there's no way you can afford a car that can hold fucking 9 people.
That's nice.
Right?
Yeah.
That's so crazy to me.
Yeah, I can see that like with my preschool and like having like a van or something like that because I have them because of a business. Like
Yeah.
I
that makes
personally
sense.
could not pop out a baseball team. Like
Right?
like, no
There's
thank-
There's some
no.
people where I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, they do
Yeah.
weird ass shit. At one time it was like they had to take, and both their cars were just like, they had like, you know, like 3 babies basically at the same time. Like they had
Oh,
like, I think
gosh.
the oldest was like 7, and then it was like 5, and then it was like bam, 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 bam. And it was like, they had to say the baby smell in both those cars. I'd fix one, and then I'd like drive to the other one, and like, oh, this is like, windows down, it's fucking 20 degrees outside. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
It's so gross in here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know. I think that's part of why I was so not down to have kids that were not potty trained at all. Because I do not like that. I don't have kids, and if they're not mine, I don't want their piss smell all over my house.
Right.
No, thank you. Like
It's a lot. It's
it's a lot. But now that my sister is gonna have a baby, she's gonna be with me, so we're gonna have an infant. So we're gonna have little kids. Shit. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also like suddenly rearranging my entire house and moving me and all of my stuff upstairs and moving all of my preschool and everything downstairs. So I have preschool and infant and everything on one space.
right. Because then you can just kind of escape it.
Yes. Well, and which I have that right now. Like the kids we dance in my living room when I'm making lunch. So then they're getting some exercise and doing all that stuff while I'm cooking. Which is great, but still the whole like having that separation of like I have that separation of space because I have like the upstairs is totally preschool, but then only the living room is used for when we're like playing and hanging out, and then we eat like near the kitchen and it's fine. But otherwise, like I can put everything away, and then now I'm like, oh, that means I have to personally walk up the stairs and down the stairs anytime I want a snack. Like I don't know if I want that. But upstairs has the better views. Like my upstairs, like wait till you see it. Like I just got incredible windows and a beautiful porch that goes out to like overlook the lake. Like it's beautiful. It's great. So I mean, the flip side isn't all that bad, but it's like, oh, damn. And my shower is downstairs. So my bathroom that I would use for my preschool, I don't have it. I have an old person's bathtub upstairs, which is great. Like anybody can sit in it and have like a full blown bath. Like Evan could take a bath in my bath. Like everyone could take a bath in my bathtub. But like Do I want to get ready in that every fucking day? Fuck no, I don't. I don't really want to. I don't. But it's that convenience, that ease, and all of that stuff. I might have to do it anyways. Fuck it. All right. Whatever.
Well, again, sometimes keeping the mess in the same floor is the way to go.
The way to go. Yes. Agreed. Damn it. Yeah, but true.
Damn. But yeah,
but true.
But it just makes the whole thing easier because you're not dragging, it upstairs and downstairs and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It'll probably be the way to go when it comes to that kind of shit. So that's something I'm considering with here too is I'm actually considering getting some more furniture and putting this room right here since it's not used at all.
Yeah.
It's just permanently setting up the podcast shit right there.
Yeah.
And
making a whole it's a studio.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just constantly there. The only problem with putting it specifically right there is that if somebody does come in the door that doesn't know what's happening, just some random case or whatever, they're oh, I was just gonna come hang out, I didn't know you were doing the podcast, which makes no sense as you should. But
right.
One of those moments where they pop in, oh shit, I don't want to be on camera, those kind of things. But I've considered doing that because I have
right.
Another TV and all this shit that I can put up there.
Yeah.
Just need to get some fucking seating. But
yeah.
it would be, and if with me and Scott right now, we're unsure what he's doing. But
yeah.
if he actually does move out and get a different roommate, I'm considering making that back room actually the thing.
Yeah.
Where it's that's where it is, and that's where we do the podcast shit, and then
yeah.
I have my shit down here.
Yeah.
It's when we're hanging out, just doing whatever else.
Yeah. That'd totally be worth it. I think that'd be good.
So yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with that. If it's turning into that where I'm probably gonna have to find a roommate here, which is fine. I have no problem with that. As long as I can choose it. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what I do with it. So it might change where we're not down here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is the podcast. This is gonna be this where we fucking hang out. And we just do whatever on a typical day. Whereas the podcast shit will be fully set up there. The table will be set up more better. More better.
More better gumbo.
More better.
More better.
But the lights are always there.
Right.
I have other lights too. These aren't my only lights. So it just makes sense that they were down here.
Yeah.
But if I do that, then I can actually have a full kind of studio set up more. So that's what it is, and then we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
What I do. But yeah, I think that's kind of the jam.
Cool. I don't know. I'll have to if I switch, I need to switch this upcoming week because I have a tentative inspection. So I have one. I'm waiting for the state to have somebody come in from the state to inspect my house and make sure I've got child locks on cabinets and all my binders are together and all that stuff, and which is fine. But I have a tentative one, preliminary to that, from a helper from the county that helps people with starting their preschool in their home. And it's a Zoom thing. So I'm going to be on a computer showing her my house, and she's going to be telling me, anything that I have to change or whatever.
Switch it up.
Yep. So, I don't know. But I do have that, I do have a stove, not a stove, but an electric but wood burning stove downstairs. So it's I have to gate that off.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's not plugged in or anything that, I have to fucking gate that off. Seriously?
Yep.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. So
it's one of those rules.
One of those rules, and I
just
have lots of those, and it sucks. But it's fine. I mean, gosh, as soon as I get my license and I get approved and I can have up to the amount of kids that I should be able to have, my sister and I won't have to worry about a thing ever again, which will be really nice. Really nice to not have to worry. And it would just be I get to play all day. I get to play, and then I get to teach people how to be decent human beings, and they're not adults yet, so that's great, because I get frustrated with adults.
Same. It's easier for me to be oh, I want this situation to come out of the children than I want adults.
Yeah.
Adults just take a lot more I can still get my way. I'll still get what I need out of the deal, but it takes a little bit harder.
Yeah.
But if I can't, then see you later. But,
Yeah.
I definitely understand children. Again, I love kids. We've talked about this before.
Yeah.
I love kids. I don't really want any of my own.
Yeah.
But it's not because I don't like them.
Yeah.
I like teaching them. I like doing the thing. and that was like the benefit of also like being in the shop, like when like, you know, our family friends or whatever, they'd be like, hey, like can like he hang out or like she hang out, like, and it's like, yeah, that's not ever a problem.
Yeah.
I generally like doing like that. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I definitely consider like, you know, teaching like, you know, stuff that I know, like getting like, going back to school, like doing the thing and like becoming like a teacher scenario.
Yeah. Didn't you say that you want to be like a shop teacher or something like that?
I think I would be better off in like technology wise than I would be like, because I don't enjoy cars anymore is kind of the thing. Really? Like, because again, like my truck's been broken for 3 years. So like, and my Mustang's just kind of chilling. Yeah. So it's like, I want to get that love back for cars. Right. I want, but like if I'm teaching it, I don't think I'll get that love back, to be honest. Really? Okay. Yeah. Fair. Like I think like teaching like somebody like that wants to know, like say like, you know, we were talking earlier about your like truck. Yeah. If you want to like do these things, like teaching you that kind of stuff, that's not gonna be any problem whatsoever. Like I like doing that, but it's like I don't want to teach people how to like do heavy work anymore and that kind of stuff. It's like this is not where I want to be. Yeah. Like, technology wise, I think it'd be like a lot better off in that scenario. Like again, like computers and like, you know, office like scenarios. Like I can do that. And I've been into that stuff all the time too. So it's like I used to make a lot of money building computers, a lot of fucking money. Yep. But now it's so easy to do it comparatively than it was like 15 years ago, where it's like, yeah, I can do it, but I have to put a lot more work into it to like make it like, oh, they're like I custom painted it, like all this extra shit. Whereas before, like I made fuck tons of money in the 2000s. Yeah. Just building computers for people. They pay me all sorts of cash. See, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Whereas like, so like teaching people how to like do those kind of things and like networking or like, again, like, you know, those kind of things. I could do that like in a high school scenario. I think it'd be a better off scenario. So fun. Yeah. If that was something like, you know, that I've considered that, like doing that. It's a lot of work to start that. Oh yeah. When I have a nonprofit, we can do all kinds of cool stuff. All that. Yeah. Teach all kinds of cool things. I don't know. The dream of the nonprofit is to be like a super real life kind of like, we're going to teach kids how to do cool shit. Like, right. Like one of the things, like I would love, my dream is to have property on a mountain with hunting rights so kids can go like dress something out and learn real life. Like, that's fair. I think that would be super fun. Plus like all the car stuff, all the like, this is how you do this. This is what happens if this happens. Like, this is what, like, just like, you know, the dad YouTube thing where he goes through and teaches all kinds of stuff. Well, and I think that's, you know, that's something like I was considering like doing like more of that because like I'm kind of like pushing for that, you know, right now. Like, I'm like, you know, we're here doing the podcast. Yes. We're doing the fucking like every day I'm playing games. I'm streaming like all the entertainment shit, like all that stuff. It wouldn't be hard for me to like make like a how-to channel of like I know how to do a lot of random shit. Like, I'm like... It's and ridiculous. I can play the dumb girl that doesn't know shit about shit. It's Kate. Hey! Yo. Hey. Hey, son. What are you doing? What's going on? We're about to finish with a podcast that's been 4 hours long now. Oh, wow! Is it you and Sarah? Yep. Yeah. Just chilling. Anyway, I was gonna ask, do you want to come over and bring like a hookah and like maybe some beer? Like, I don't know, you know, good jam. I can do that. Come over and hang out with John. Sure. Like, come on, not with John, but like with me, John. Yeah. I can do that. I'm gonna leave, but you guys can hang out. Too, if she wants to come. Shit. Nah, she was yawning here earlier too. I actually just realized it's been 4 hours now. Yeah, I know. So yeah, I can do that. Let me polish this up and then I'll be over. Okay, I love that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll see you soon. I'm so excited to see you. Right. Okay. Bye. Bye. You know what? I was thinking about her so hard today. I would like, before I came over, I was like, oh my gosh, like, I just love her. I just freaking love her. Like, I can't wait to see her. Next time I get to see her, I'm so excited. I just want to squeeze her and tell her that I just love her. Well, that was like what was so fun when she came over after Thanksgiving. That podcast we had. It was super fun. I mean, we were up to like fucking like I was up to like 8 in the morning, and then like I went to like take a nap, and then she like called her mom or whatever, and then I got up at like noon, and then like she hit the wall, and like like she like went to bed like for like 9 hours.
Oh gosh.
And she was like, did I sleep all day? I was like, no, like you slept like half the day. But yeah, it was all good. So yeah, it's been 4 hours.
Oh man. Well, this has been fun. This has been good.
Yeah, that's all it
Yeah.
takes. So
Yeah.
we're gonna cut it here.
'Kay.
I was thinking about it already because I saw you yawning earlier. So
Oh gosh, I just keep yawning.
no,
I do
it's
that.
no big deal.
Well, and I haven't used my inhaler today, so if I don't use my inhaler, I yawn way more. Like it's just the funniest.
You know,
thing.
it's a stimulus actually. So there's stuff in it that's like PEDs. So if you get tested for it, it pulls off of that.
Huh.
So like if you are like a fucking asthmatic doing like sports, it's a problem
Yeah.
because like it pulls off of your like stuff, which is funny. Like because it does help.
Yeah.
Like it, it's a big thing, but like it's not for that reason.
Yeah.
So
So funny.
okay. Well,
Okay.
We'll cut it.
Well, bye everyone.
Have a good night.